Okay, the time is 10 a.m., so I will call the Tuesday, August 26, 2025 council meeting to order, which is supposed to be our last council meeting unless something doesn't get approved today or we don't get something or something comes up that's emergent. That would be the only reason that we would come back. So welcome to everyone. I'll begin with a land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta, District 11, and that we recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And the City honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. And because we have some guests that are in the room today, just housekeeping, if there is an emergency, the emergency exit doors are there, or if that is blocked, then you would follow us out this way to the muster point. As I always say, if the alarm goes off, follow staff, they'll make sure they get you there safe. If you do need the washroom, it's out in the main foyer. So with that, I will take a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll make a motion that Council adopts the agenda as presented. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So we will go to delegations. And we have one person that is pre-registered, and that's Andrew Usnick. And you will have 5 minutes. So just for the record, state your name and which item.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Usnick. I'm speaking today as volunteer chair of Build Edmonton Metro, Fort Saskatchewan Committee on the proposed bylaw C-1825. Build circulated a letter to Council and Admin on August 18th communicating our non-support of the bylaw. After sending our letter, administration made some meaningful changes to the bylaw, and we'd like to thank them for considering and implemented some of that feedback. However, there are still 2 items within the proposed bylaw that do not comply with the MGA, and therefore render the entire bylaw invalid. These items are number 80, new arena within the community recreation levy, and items 58 and 59, pedestrian crossing in the future urban area levy. To provide some context for our opposition, I'd like to cite part of the recent decision from the Land and Property Rights Tribunal on an appeal between industry and the town of Canmore. The tribunal found that until the town of Canmore had settled on a processing configuration, obtained a preliminary design and a capital cost estimate for that specific design, and obtained the necessary approvals to move ahead with the design, it would be premature for the town to include it in the off-site levy bylaw. Speaking first to the arena, during consultation, the city was unable to provide industry with a formal design, a cost estimate for that specific design, or approvals from council to proceed with that design. Furthermore, the benefiting area for the new arena is wrong. A sheet of ice is not an asset that only benefits new development, like a sanitary pipe or an arterial road. Residents from across the city, and even outside the city, would have access to using this infrastructure. Similar to the Aquatic Center, this is a citywide benefit and must be calculated that way. A similar issue applies to the items number 58 and 59 pedestrian crossing within the future urban area. Through the consultation process, administration was unable to provide us with a preliminary design, a cost estimate based off that design, or approvals from council to proceed with that design. In fact, administration was unable to provide a commitment for what exactly this infrastructure is, only citing it is most likely to be an underground tunnel that allows pedestrian connectivity underneath Highway 21. Needless to say, this falls short of the requirements outlined in that decision. However, for the pedestrian crossing, we would also like to speak to the practical reasons for not including these items in the bylaw. An off-site levy can contribute towards the one-time capital cost of a piece of infrastructure, but the operation, maintenance, repair, and replacement cost is the responsibility of the taxpayer in perpetuity. For that reason, the city should always be motivated to ensure infrastructure is not overbuilt or gold-plated. This is my best attempt at illustrating for what is being contemplated for these items. A tunnel that would extend several meters underneath the road structure so that pedestrians can cross the highway, even though there would be multiple at-grade crossings at the road intersections less than 800 meters away. Regardless of who contributes to the capital cost, this infrastructure does not make any sense. The potential water drainage issues, the safety issues, smell issues, maintenance, repair issues. The area surrounding this portion of Highway 21 is quite flat, so you would literally need to tunnel straight down and not across. I also want to note that following the Canmore LPRT decision, Alberta municipalities circulated a draft correspondence to their members on August 5th, encouraging municipalities to work with industry and avoid future appeals going to LPRT. We remain supportive of this approach, but cannot support a levy with items that are not eligible until additional work and approvals have been completed. Therefore, we are recommending Council deal with this bylaw in one of two ways. Either refer the bylaw back to administration for further work with industry to ensure off-site levy aligns with the MGA, or have a member of Council put forward a motion to amend the bylaw by removing items 58, 59, and 80. If the amendment is approved by Council, we would recommend Council adopting the bylaw as amended. Thank you. With that, I will answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very excuse me. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open it up to questions. Council, excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. Councillor Kelly.
Good morning, Andrew. The crossings, and either you or admin, I guess, the proposed crossings that you referenced, those would be going east-west under 21 to join the parcels south of what is now the existing built-up area of Fort Saskatchewan?
Through your worship to Councillor, I actually have a couple additional slides that might be able to illustrate that. So what is shown here is a figure from the city's annexation servicing design brief.
Okay.
And where you see the little pedestrian sign there is where these crossings would go.
So the crossings are south of the existing Fort Saskatchewan.
That's correct.
To service presumably the land that we're talking about. Okay. Can you tell Council what it was you received from administration regarding the proposed arena? What information did you receive? Or did Build receive?
Build would have received the information that was posted online publicly. So that included the 10-year capital budget that mentions or contemplates a new arena, as well as 2 recreation studies that contemplate arena as a piece of future infrastructure that the city may want to be building within the foreseeable future. I don't know the exact dates of those. I think one was a 2020 plan, one was a 2023 plan, but essentially those were the 3 documents through the circulation of the offsite levy that mentioned the arena. But in terms of detailed design drawings, we didn't to the same level as, for example, the aquatic center, we wouldn't have received that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen, questions?
Good morning, Mr. Usnick. That's great that you gave us some technical detail around feasibility of establishing these 2 pedestrian crossings. Obviously, the intent is for pedestrian safety crossing the highway, as our Phase 1 Veterans Way expansion would serve to provide. So, given that there are 2 different watershed basins on either side of Highway 21, and this subgrade infrastructure causes the issues as you've outlined. Is there an environmental component with this, to your knowledge? If one is supposed to drain one way and one is supposed to drain the other way, environmental component with water tables and even from your preliminary diagnosis of potential future issues with this. So I'm just trying to, I guess, garner if this is possible, and then what a recommendation would be to allow for pedestrian safety at these intersections.
Through your worship to the councillor, it would be tough for me to comment on that without actually having a design to comment on, because it would be disingenuous for me to say this hypothetical design doesn't fit an environmental standard. I'm not aware of any pedestrian tunnels similar to this at an area that is essentially a flat grade. The few examples of pedestrian tunnels I've seen in my experience across the region, you see a very significant grade drop, which allows overland flow to have a consistent flow out one end or the other, based on the fact that there's enough elevation change. But in a situation like this, essentially, my understanding would be that you would have a low spot that would essentially need to be pumped out regularly because there would be no natural drainage passage for it to undertake. But again, without any sort of even initial design to even comment on, I don't want to speak in certainties, but certainly just on a practical sense, it's very tough for me to imagine how this would function.
I appreciate that response. So really the only alternative would be pedestrian overpasses if we were wanting to connect these two areas.
And I will, say, and I appreciate administration because we had a similar comment and they talked about, because Highway 21 is a haul route for oversized equipment, and as I'm sure council is aware, during the night, the streetlights can be moved so this can, travel north. To do an over pedestrian, you'd have to essentially build a stairway to heaven, which is coming with its own complications as well. I think here fundamentally, the main point that I want to make is that, there are at-grade pedestrian interchanges contemplated in this plan at the road intersections, which exist. The two areas that council have approved for area structure plans on both sides of the highways are primarily residential neighborhoods. I look at an example like Cornerstone, where that's probably the main shopping district in Fort Saskatchewan. So an argument can be made that there's a lot more pedestrian traffic going to that specific location to do their shopping and then travel back home. But when we're talking about connecting two essentially residential neighborhoods, I think it is reasonable to say you're going to have the overwhelming amount of trips be two kinds of people. Number one, the kind of person who's going to get in their car, whether it's 500 meters or 5,000 meters. And number two, the person who's comfortable or excited about going on a walk or a bike ride, who is not going to be discouraged by going a few extra 100 meters to the actual at-grade pedestrian crossing. So for that reason, our feeling is the infrastructure would be redundant either way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Yusnik, for your presentation and for strongly advocating for the BUILD group. You have positioned yourself as the city's building partners, which I absolutely thoroughly agree with. My first question is, do you agree that growth should pay for itself? And if so, what's your suggestion on how these infrastructures should be funded?
Through your worship, the councillor, absolutely, that is a pillar of new development, and I think our support of the overall bylaw kind of speaks to that. We've spoken to two items that are out of alignment with the MGA in our opinion and the opinion of legal counsel, but I would note that what is also being contemplated today is the addition of fire hall infrastructure that would be partially funded by developer levies. That infrastructure has become more and more common through the region and through offsite levies. What has not become more common is an aquatic center. If council were to adopt this bylaw with our suggested changes, I believe Fort Saskatchewan would be the first municipality in all of Alberta to be charging an offsite levy for an aquatic center. And again, I think, what I don't want is the impression to come off to this council that industry and build are simply putting our foot down saying we won't accept any new offsite levies, because essentially we are. We're just asking that what be passed be in line with the regulation and the requirements passed by the provincial government. But as a developer, would you say that at any point there would be an enthusiasm about adding an offsite levy? I mean, I don't think anyone in this council would think that. I mean, The offsite levy for the aquatic center is around 50,000 a hectare, which equates to, for example, our community around $3.5 million of additional costs that we would have never contemplated when we purchased the land. And of course, there's no opportunity to negotiate that now. So I think what we brought forward is a good middle ground of accepting the fact that funding for municipalities has changed fundamentally over the years, and as a result, the offsite levy bylaw, or what we're used to, is changing as well. But we do have to draw a line in the sand when something's being proposed that's not in line with the legislation.
Thank you for your response. So if council proceeds with a modified bylaw, do you commit to working collaboratively with administration to ensure that these types of disputes are minimized in the future?
Absolutely. And further to that, I believe it's the intent of administration now to come back to council annually with the offsite levy bylaw so that tweaks and changes can be made as situations change, as infrastructure needs change. So I think that's a good practice moving forward. And it's my expectation that administration will be in full consultation with BUILD every year so that when we come forward, or I should say when administration comes forward to council, that conversation has already happened. And presumably, the bylaw that comes in front of this council may change slightly or significantly from year to year based on those conversations.
Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Hello, thanks for your presentation. Well, you do make some good points. The pedestrian crossings, the aquatic center, and the fire hall are all needed because of new growth. So how can you say that the new growth doesn't support needing this? Because if we didn't have new growth, we wouldn't need them. The fire hall would be adequate, the pool would be adequate, but because of all our growth in the past and coming here in the future is why we need all these facilities.
Through your worship, the councillor, just to clarify again, we are not voicing non-support for the fire hall. We are not voicing non-support for the aquatic center. What we are voicing non-support for is the pedestrian crossings. And the reason is for whether there's growth or not, we don't think that's logical infrastructure that makes sense in the context of new growth. And if council disagrees with that and admin disagrees with that, certainly that is something that we can live with the misalignment, but at the bare minimum, the work needs to be done in order to be able to charge it to an offsite levy as per the MGA, which the province has specified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got the floor. Just one question, and I know you've spoken about the twinning of the arena. So this has been in our master plans 2008, 2015. I think in 2020, there was an actual report that was done that provided 3 options for a basic, a mid-size, and a performance arena. At which point in time the JRC was actually funded. So is it your interpretation, and through all of these the people have said it's a requirement, so is it your interpretation that we haven't done proper consultation on that?
Through your worship, I think consultation wouldn't be how I would describe it. It's that, I would look at the process that you've gone through with the aquatic center where you've had preliminary designs, council has gone and funded packages to actually advance detailed design, really firming up what is actually being built. The issue here, and the reason industry speaks to this on a broader level at every municipality is if something's going to be charged to an offsite levy bylaw, there needs to be certainty what that is. When we're talking about a road, that's a lot easier because collectively the development industry and the city itself has built a lot of roads. So we know the engineered cross sections. We've got detailed cost estimates based on what that infrastructure looks like. Something specialized like an aquatic center or an arena isn't as cookie cutter. So that it needs to be an actual finalized design that is then given adoption from a council, and then basically administration is given the green light to proceed on to detailed design, which can be used to inform a cost estimate. So I fully expect if this council wants an arena to be part of an offsite levy, that it would come back when it's at that point. it just feels premature at this point to be able to include it.
Okay, so hypothetical question. So the new council comes in after October and through the budget puts forward the motion for design, then you'd be fine with it?
Our objection to it is basically a legal one. And I believe if those extra steps are taken, then yes, it is in compliance with the MGA. And that would be something we'd be supportive of. And then the reason, again, why we have to put a line on this is, for example, let's say Fort Saskatchewan put forward a levy bylaw where they wanted a new arena and no work had been done whatsoever, and that passed. What's stopping the city of Spruce Grove going, well, if that can be done, we'd like 4 new arenas, and we're going to include them in our offsite levy bylaw. And we're going to say they're each $20 million a pop. We don't know where they're going to go yet. We don't know what it looks like, but we're going to start charging it today. That's why we have to have that baseline precedence of council approval of a defined piece of infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, make it a second. You're on round 1. Okay.
Thank you. Your comments brought up a question for me. I just wanted to confirm. You don't agree with the overpasses, or underpasses, I should say, as required infrastructure. But let's say you did. Would you agree that it's appropriate infrastructure under the levy if it was something that you supported as being needed? Would it be something we could include?
Through your worship to Councillor, yes, our interpretation is that would fall under transportation infrastructure, which is something that the MGA allows to be leviable.
Okay.
So our preliminary look at it has defined that as something that would be classified as transportation infrastructure. Okay. Because we don't have any case law or examples of it, I guess it's still a gray area.
Right.
But that's definitely not the issue we're taking with it today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to round 2 questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Andrew, this is new to me, so if this seems like an obvious question, please don't smile too hard. It's my understanding that off-site levies can be levied one time on a property. So if this levy goes through without the arena, it would not be possible to do a separate levy for the arena at a later date. Is that correct, or am I wrong? So how does it work if it's added, if we add something at a future date?
I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming on that one.
Through your worship, I'll give my understanding, and if there's anyone on administration that wants to correct, or Mr. Usnick, but you can't go back and collect a levy on a house that's been built, more or less. So you could do another levy bylaw or amend this levy bylaw later on and include it, but any houses that get built or subdivided between now and then, you would not be able to go back and collect on.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that looks like all the questions, so thank you very much for coming out today. All right, if there's anybody else wishing to speak as a delegation on any of the items that are on the agenda, this is your opportunity to come forward and do so. Not seeing anyone, we will move on. So I do need a motion for consent agenda, which includes 5.1 minutes, 6.10 communications protocol, 6.11 procurement, 7.1 the banking bylaw. Councillor Nguyen.
I'll make the motion that council approve the agenda items 3.1, 6.10, 6.11, and 7.1.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 5.1. It's
5.1, yes. Okay, thank you. Anybody wishes to have any of these removed and brought out separately, this is your time to make that request. If not, I will close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Also, okay, the approval of the minutes are done by consent. So I did have a request to go in camera for the purposes of discussing the offsite levy bylaw. Councillor Kelly,
Thank you, Mayor Ketcher. I would move that council move in camera to receive information under the Access for Information Act, information from professional advice.
okay, thank you. Close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously, and we will invite our legal counsel to join us in camera. Okay, we will return from in camera. No decisions were made, only clarifying questions from our legal perspective. So with that, we will move on to agenda item 6.1, offsite levies bylaw, C1825. Grant Schaefer.
Thank you and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Grant Schaefer. I'm Director of Fleet Facilities Engineering, and with me today is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer. We're here to present 3 readings of bylaw C1825 to amend the offsite levy bylaw C1417 to add offsite levies to the future urban area and to establish levies for recreation and fire services. The presentation will provide an introduction and explanation of what offsite levies are and the assumptions made to calculate them. We will provide financial information of how the levies will be used and how they will fund projects. We will summarize our stakeholder engagement process and finish off with administration's recommendations and answer to any questions. Offsite levies are collected by a municipality from developers to construct the infrastructure that is necessary to develop more than one neighborhood. Levies benefit the municipality, ensuring required infrastructure support new development is constructed when required and funded by the developing neighborhoods who benefit. Levies also benefit developers by providing a cost-sharing tool that supports their infrastructure investments. Levies are charged on a per hectare basis within each subdivision. The terms of a levy payment are defined through the development agreement, which must be finalized before a new lot is registered with Alberta Land Titles. Historically, off-site levies were limited to hard infrastructure costs such as water, sewer, storm, and transportation. In 2018, the Municipal Government Act was amended to expand the use of off-site levies for soft infrastructure costs, and this included capital costs of new or expanded community recreation facilities, fire hall facilities, police station facilities, and libraries. The offsite levy regulation outlines specific criteria and principles that municipalities must follow when determining the costs associated with the levies, ensuring that the charges are proportional to the benefit derived by the new developments. In determining the calculation of levies, the municipality must consider and include or reference the following in the bylaw imposing the offsite levy: a description of the specific infrastructure, facilities, and transportation. Specific infrastructure, facilities, and transportation infrastructure. A description of each of the benefiting areas and how those were determined, supporting studies, technical data and analysis, and estimated costs and mechanisms to address variations in costs over time. The city's approach to developing levy rates has generally been guided by the following principles. First, that development should pay for itself. Second, the city does not actively incent to promote residential growth. And 3, cost distribution for growth should be fair and reasonable. Although administration had originally intended to prepare an entirely new offsite levy bylaw, which would update the levies to all developing areas, we were experiencing some issues with this model. So we did develop a simpler model, amending the existing offsite levy bylaw to do 2 things: add the future urban areas to the bylaw, and have levies for fire station and recreation facilities added to all developable land within the city. This means that with the amending bylaw, the city's offsite levy bylaw will include levies for infrastructure costs as noted on the screen. Now it's noted on the screen, sorry. We will continue to work with the consultant that we've been working with on the bigger model to work through the issues with the overall financial model and plan to bring a new bylaw back for approval in early 26.
Offsite levies are fully integrated into the city's financial planning and budgeting processes. The city must comply with legislative requirements by effectively managing financial records, tracking levy revenues and expenditures, administering offsite levy reserve accounts, and guaranteeing that funds are allocated exclusively to the eligible infrastructure projects. Additionally, administration must provide regular reports on the management of these funds to both council and stakeholders. Offsite levies are a financial tool to fund municipal infrastructure costs through the collection of offsite levies from developers. Levies are collected over time as development occurs and are intended to reduce the amount of capital funding required from other sources such as government grants, financial reserves, and debt financing. So for example, through the collection of offsite levies, the city will recover approximately 50% of the cost to construct the new base fire station, 31% of the cost to construct the aquatic facility, and 60% of a new arena at the Dow Centennial Center. The remaining share of the costs will be borne by the city and will be primarily funded through debt financing. It is anticipated that the city will initially upfront the full construction costs and will offset the debenture payments as the offsite levies are collected from developers. Future operating budgets will include revenue estimates for the collection of the offsite levies based on growth estimates, as well as the ongoing operating and maintenance costs of these facilities once construction is completed.
In alignment with legislative requirements, administration identified the offsite levy stakeholders, including landowners, active developers, and Build Industry and Land Development of Alberta, and prepared a communications and engagement plan. As a first step, an information package outlining the assumptions and rationale for the city's approach to offsite levies was provided to stakeholders on May 15th. A page on the city's website was developed to provide access to all background reports and studies and the most current information available. Stakeholders had several weeks to provide feedback on those assumptions. In mid-July, administration shared the financial model and costing details for the offsite levies with the stakeholders. Administration also held an in-person meeting to gather stakeholder input on August 5th. This meeting was attended by Build and as well as active developers within the city. Administration has responded to the input received and considered the feedback through the process through various amendments that were made to the bylaw as a result of the consultation work. Administration has sought independent legal review throughout the phases of this project. The administration believes that this project and resulting bylaw are appropriately informed by the stakeholder feedback. Finally, administration is recommending that council give 3 readings to bylaw C1825 as presented in the council agenda package. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the report. We'll go into clarifying questions first. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. Jeremy, the financial management that you touched on, the paragraph in our materials is lays out the theory perfectly. So, but in actual practical purpose or for practical purposes, how soon after the levies are actually collected by the city would they show up and be reflected in the budget and reduce the otherwise partially reduce, I guess, or help reduce the tax burden on citizens?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So essentially, once the levies are start becoming collected in terms of the development, we will incorporate estimates of that revenue into the budget. So as soon as they become collectible and we can provide an estimate based on growth, they will be included in the budget. As far as when they will start sharing in the costs per se, let's use the aquatics facility as an example, will be when the debenture payments become payable. So we've finalized the debenture with either the province or a financial institution. We have repayment terms. We will allocate a portion of that debenture payment, interest and principal, both from the taxpayer funded and through what we've collected so far in offsite levies.
And that will be an annual process.
That is correct, yes.
Designed, I assume, to essentially spread the levies receipts out over the lifetime of the debenture.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we're actually looking at some scenarios as we speak, or we have looked at them, just to look at ways. Obviously, the rate that the levies are going to come in could vary from year to year based on the rate of development. So we could possibly look at building up the reserve for anywhere from 1 to 5 years and then allocating for the next 5 years. So we can fix the ratio between taxpayer funded and offsite levy, just so that we're not raising the tax rate up and down each year. That's one example of one scenario. We're also looking at building up the levy as an option and then doing principal repayments of the debt. So early repayments. That would require the debt to be structured so that we could do that without penalty. But that would pay the debt off sooner and would lower the interest costs over the life of the debt. So we're in that preliminary state of just looking at those options right now.
And you would anticipate coming back within the next year to council with a plan to deal with them or to handle them?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we're actually planning to bring a policy forward to council probably in the new year on offsite levy, and would speak to these options and set some guidelines and allow council to weigh in and set direction to administration.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blissard, questions?
Thanks for the presentation. When we do these levies, do we know the costs of everything that is like the exact cost of everything that's going to be built using these levies? Or are we kind of just doing a guesstimate?
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, they are estimates of the construction costs based on whether it's current numbers, because we do that stuff on a regular basis, or studies that we've done that provided those numbers. And then as we move forward and more information is gathered, we refine them as we do updates through the years.
And then do we adjust the levies if okay.
Every year the intent would be to update the levy with any new estimated costs that we may get, or the actual costs of construction. So as things are constructed, we put those actual costs in, and that will adjust the levies as well.
And do we find most of the time the numbers are probably higher than we've been charging, or do we find we give refunds on levies?
Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, we've been pretty good with the estimates. They've been within the ballpark where it's just an adjustment to the levy amount for the future years.
Okay, so the same goes for these pedestrian underpasses in the arena. We don't know an exact cost, but we will in the future.
We have some numbers based on preliminary information that we've gathered, but as we get farther into those projects, those numbers would be refined.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Yeman, for your presentations. My only question is based on the methodology that was used in, because one of the concerns we heard was just the disproportionate way that the new areas were taxed. So, for example, for arenas, it's 60% of the cost is going towards the offsite levies. So, can you just talk a little bit about the methodology that was used compared to the entire city?
Your Worship, Councillor Abatoye, so for that example, and I think one of the comments that was made is it should be the same as the aquatics facility. We look at it differently, is that the aquatics is the only facility in the city when it's built, so it does benefit the entire city. Currently, the city has 3 arenas, and they've reached capacity, or very close to, or in that range. And so, yes, there is benefit to the existing city, but if we stopped development and no new people moved to the city, we could probably make do. We wouldn't be under the gun to build a new arena. So with growth happening, that is where the assignment of cost to the arena went to 60%. We thought was a fair number to use to the growth areas.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response.
Okay, thank you. I just, so I guess my question is just taking you back a few years when council requested administration go out and look at the 3 options, basic, mid-size, and a performance arena. How much work and what was undertaken then?
So Your Worship, the study at the time looked at where we could build it, and some options there, and the Dow Center was the preferred option for that. And then it looked at costing the different options for what if we just built a sheet of ice versus what if we built a community-sized arena versus a full performance arena. So that's where the numbers came from in terms of the costing. We were the community-sized arena was the one that made the most sense for us. Another arena, basically a twin of what's there at the Dow, seats about, I can't remember the number, but about 500, I think. It didn't make sense to build another performance arena. We have the JRC, which seats about 1,100. We've just invested money in that to make it a new facility again. So the community arena style is the one, and that was done through not a whole lot of detailed design, because at that point it was based on historical costs in the region. How much did everybody pay for these types of arenas? So it's a number based in reality. It is what we believe is the right number. And again, as the project moves forward, it's in the 10-year plan. So as it moves forward and gets closer to construction, we'll refine those costs and refine those details.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'm just asking that because I think it's important that, it's just clarity that work has been done on this. So, okay, thank you. Any round 2s? If not, so So it looks like all the questions. So the process that will happen with this is hopefully somebody will put a motion on to give it first reading. If first reading passes, then if there's any amendments that anybody wants to make, then we can make amendments after first reading. And then if that were the case, then there could be second reading as amended, just so that everybody's clear on the process. So Councillor Kelly, are you motion or are you?
Motion, Mayor Katcher.
Your motion, okay. Go ahead.
I move that bylaw C18-25, a bylaw to amend off-site levy bylaw C1417, be given first reading.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes. I understand the bill has some questions, and I think it's entirely possible that there will be some forthcoming amendments to this to perhaps deal with them. We'll see how council proceeds after this particular first reading is dealt with. The concept about off-site levies is sound, and it is a reasonable way to allocate costs fairly amongst existing and future homeowners for long-lived and expensive assets. So I support the concept, and I believe that administration has acted reasonably in doing their calculations and in their communications. And while it's unfortunate, there's still a couple questions maybe sitting in the wings. I think they're relatively minor to the overall concept and progress of the off-site levy, and I think it's appropriate for council to move forward at this time.
Okay, thank you. The motion is on for discussion and debate. Not seeing any on first reading. Anything on close?
Nothing further, thank you.
The motion for first reading is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. At this point in time, we can either have amendments or second reading.
Mayor Katcher, I believe it's proper to have potential amendments dealt with at this juncture. I'm prepared to make the first one or cede the mic over to another councillor if somebody wishes.
Go ahead.
Don't see anybody. Administration, I'd like to, and I think you've got some potential motions drafted. Put the motion up to remove the culverts if possible, please. I'd like to deal with that one. I said culverts. I think of them as underpasses, or the other way around. Yes, of course. Okay. The underpasses. I didn't mean to be derogatory.
Okay, go ahead. It's on the screen.
Got it. I move that bylaw C18-25, a bylaw to amend off-site levy bylaw C1417, be amended by deleting item 58 and 59 pedestrian crossings from page 4.3 and page 7.1 of Schedule B of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, I understood Mr. Usnick's concerns. I frankly share similar concerns. I also understand that there's a budget item request coming forward to actually look at the highway corridor and how it will be planned for going forward in loose terms. And at that particular juncture, I think would be the proper time to consider whether these underpasses are in fact necessary or desirable, and they could be added at a future date if in fact council of the day determines that it wishes to do so. So I think it's reasonable to remove them at this time and consider them in the future.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Nguyen.
That was a great error in naming convention, which leads into my question, which we've been discussing for a while in terms of the two watershed basins on either side of the highway, that on the west side being Point of Pins, on the right side Ross Creek. So I'll ask the same question that I asked the developer, and any information is appreciative, as it is a potential area of water transfer, and that would have to undergo approval by Alberta Environment. So what is the feasibility of what we know of constructing pedestrian underpasses, considering they would be constructed below grade, and potential lift stations would be required, and there would be potential issues in getting an environmental approval for construction of these?
Your worship, the Councillor Noyan, so you're correct, these are going to be below grade. It is a fairly flat area out there. So drainage will be, the biggest part of this. There's potential that you'd have to put a lift station in to pump that storm water that falls within that area into the storm sewer appropriate for that area. The highway is the high point and splits the two basins. So you don't have water at that point going from west to east or east to west through that area. It's just local to that location. So I don't think you're crossing basins. I don't think that would be a concern. So it would just be looking at the local topography and how best to manage that. And again, I would probably agree that it will probably require some kind of stormwater lift station at one end to pull the water out of that the underpass to move it on to the appropriate storm basin.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave my question there for now, and thank you for the response.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Well, I'm not a huge fan of the underpasses. I haven't been since we first discussed them. I also see the safety side of it. It just seems to me I see more and more pedestrians getting hit, and at busier corners like this, that's more of an issue. Is that one reason that we're looking at this? Is this the safety of the people crossing and the time it takes to cross? Because I do have concerns with that.
Your worship, Councillor Blizzard, so we have two in the plan already for the existing part of the highway, and these would be an additional two. They're identified within the municipal development plan in terms of creating pedestrian connectivity between the two halves of the city, per se, and just trying to create a safe and comfortable crossing location rather than standing on an at-grade crossing close to traffic, close to the trucks that are going by on a busy highway. So that's the intent of them, is to provide a safe and easy crossing where people can be comfortable making that crossing instead of up on the roadway dealing with the traffic.
So if we're building an underpass, what would stop us from, and who would pay for that, if instead of just a pedestrian underpass, it was actually like a full road underpass? Who would have to cover that cost?
Your worship, Councillor Blizzard, if we did full interchange style, that would be a city/levy cost, depending on where they were and how they were located. There's a bunch of other technical things that get involved. It limits access. Then if you have an interchange, you don't want to have an access off the highway 400 meters down the road. It changes the spacing of things, potentially changes how often you can have intersections, because you have those merge lanes, longer merge lanes, things like that you have to deal with. So it's a difficult thing to do, to build a full interchange on the highway locations, just because it does serve the communities on either side. And if you do the interchange, you lose some of that service.
Okay, I get that. But as we build more and more lights on the highway, should we just call it a road and not a highway? Because I already feel it's not a road or it's not a highway anymore.
So, Your Worship, Councillor Blizzard, so within the Transportation Master Plan, the current one, it is identified as urban expressway, not a highway anymore. And as well within that plan, there is actually an industrial bypass at some point. That would have to get built around, and the intent of that is to try and pull some of that, especially the heavy truck traffic, out of the city, and try and relieve some of that pressure.
That might be a sad day for Fort Saskatchewan. Okay, well, thanks for all your answers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayton.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion. Mr. Usnick mentioned two users of crossing that highway. The one that he did not mention was children. And the areas on both sides of these highways are really heavy family areas. And we see children crossing the highway all down Veterans Way all the time, which is why underpasses, to me, are important for this community moving forward. This road is expected to go from 4 to 6 lanes. We've invested in commercial vehicle enforcement because of the increase of commercial traffic. And I just believe that having children of any age crossing that highway is a huge safety risk. And I believe that this infrastructure is important for the future of our community. I know that more information will be coming on it. I believe that we have sufficient information now, and I'll vote against removing it from the levy bylaw today.
Okay, thank you. I'm next. Just a second, I'm just keeping the order here. Okay. I actually am going to support the motion to remove these at this point in time. I've struggled with the pedestrian underpasses. I do believe at some point in time there will be a bypass that will go around the city, and it will need to happen for large trucks to be going around to industry. And that has been, in plans for a number of years. I see the pedestrian underpass as more of a hazard than safety for people. So I have my own demons when it comes to those. But I think, as we talk about the urban expressway, we look at Sherwood Park. When you go in on Y Road, when you go in on Baseline, most of those are already at 6 lanes. They're either at 70 or 60 kilometers per hour. I think if it's a safety concern, then you reduce the speed limit, which may encourage the trucks to actually take Highway Yellowhead out to 830 and come around if that was the case. But I just have not been a fan of the pedestrian underpasses. I think they cause more problems. So at this point in time, I would have to see something more concrete to consider leaving them in. So I will support the motion. Councillor Abatoye? Oops, sorry, second. Go ahead.
Thank you. I fully support investing in safe pedestrian underpass in our community, but at the risk of overturning the entire offsite levy bylaw, which is what we're debating right now, I support the motion. But I do hope that Build and the development community will work collaboratively with administration when this is eventually brought back. But I do support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Harris, you're on round 1.
I'll support the motion at this point under the proviso that we're going to do detailed analysis of how these will actually function relative to the overall design of how the Highway 21 corridor, 15 corridor will play out in the future. I have no problem with the underpasses. I think they can be engineered quite well. I don't think it's a drainage issue. That can be managed as well. And people can be encouraged to ultimately stay away from at-grade crossings. So as long as the proviso is that we will continue to do that assessment on those going forward, then I will support removing these at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. So going to round 2, Councillor Blizzard.
I just forgot to say this at the end of my last one. I'm not going to support this motion. I still feel that we have other costs that we don't know yet the true cost, and this is just another one of those. And this is a safety issue. No matter where the trucks go, this highway is still going to be quite a wide crossing, and they are right now, and I think wider than some of the streets where pedestrians in Strathcona County cross. And I think it's the area that's going to be used by the new residents. the residents that live there. There may be the odd person from this end, but I know I don't use the features in Sienna because I don't live in that area. This will be used, the underpass, strictly by the people that live in that new area, so it'll be their benefit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen on round two.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment on the way I'm going to vote as well. But before that, I tried to look at it in the report again. Do we know just for the pedestrian underpasses the cost per net developable hectare of these? If you could remind me of that. And what I'm just trying to do is establish in the scheme of all the levies for future urban areas, kind of what the weight of this is.
Your worship, Councillor Nguyen, so there's the two projects, they are weighted a little differently. There's a little bit more that's picked up by existing city on one than the other. So for 58, it is 6,500 per hectare, and for 59, it is $11,040 per hectare.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think that's good just to have in the public record here as well. So I'm going to support this motion and agree with a few comments made and others who are supporting it. I do believe that we have heard the rationale of the development community, as well as where we need to balance costs and the safety concerns as per Vision Zero. So I do believe this makes sense to pull out of the offsite levies bylaw for now.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kelly for close.
Nothing further to add, Mayor Catcher. Call the question.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed to amend the bylaw by deleting those items. Please cast your vote. And that motion is carried 5-2. All right, are there any other amending ones? Going. No? Okay, did you still want to do second reading? Can you push your button? Oh, there it is.
Got it.
Okay, go ahead. You can bring it forward for second.
I move that bylaw C-1825 be given second reading.
As amended.
As amended, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You wish to speak to it?
I don't really have anything to add. I think council understands the concerns, and I think we're ready to move forward. Would be my only comment, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, thank you. The motion is on for second reading. It's open for discussion and debate. Okay, not seeing any. Anything on close?
Nothing further, thank you.
Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. You may present it for unanimous consent.
I move that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading of bylaw C-1825.
Okay, thank you. Please cast your vote. As soon as it comes up. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And you may continue with third.
I move that bylaw C-1825 as amended be given third reading.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything further to speak to it?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Not seeing any. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, lunch is here. We are at 1:45. I'm not sure I want to start another. So let's take 45 minutes. So 12:30, back in your seats. So we will recess to 12:30. Thank you. All right, we will get started, and welcome back everybody from our break. So we will get started with our next item, which is our CMP Multi-Year Financial Plan. Corinne Rayner presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Corinne Rayner. I am the Director of Protective Services, and with me is Staff Sergeant Scott Landy, our Acting Officer in Charge of the Fort Saskatchewan RCMP. We are here to present to Council an update and information on the RCMP 2026 Multi-Year Financial Plan. This plan is a 5-year financial forecast to help guide the planning process for our Municipal Police Service Agreement and is done in consultation with the RCMP and City Administration. We are seeing a $680,000 increase to the RCMP forecast for 2026. I'll go into further detail into the drivers of this increase later in the presentation. The multi-year financial plan is not binding in any way. It is just for planning and information sharing purposes, and it's the background detail that forms our recommended budget for the RCMP contract. This document details the staffing resources, pay and benefits, operation and maintenance costs, capital equipment such as vehicles, and other indirect costs associated to the management of the RCMP. The document is found in Appendix A, and it does have a detailed listing of the budget items at the end of the document. Fort Saskatchewan pays 90% of the total costs for policing, with the remaining 10% cost shared by the federal government. I'll now let Staff Sergeant Landy continue on with the details of the multi-year financial plan.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I want to move right into the next slide. The first slide we have is just our organizational chart. I wanted to highlight the functional working of our detachment. We have, as of January 2025, the additional position, which is red, the constable position there at the bottom. On the left side, that is the frontline general duty watches. So that's the staff sergeant that oversees the 4 watches. Those watches have a corporal that works daily with them, and then the 6 constables. On the right side is the operational support, which is led by a sergeant. That's our GIS, crime reduction unit, community policing, school resource officer, traffic services. So in total, we have 42 established positions. 34 of those are municipally funded and 8 are provincial. This shows the vacancy rate. Now I know this has been a topic in previous years, particularly the 2024-2025, that saw a 31% vacancy rate. The years prior 6 years, we were kind of averaging 4 to 6 vacancies. 2024-2025 was at 31. That did affect our day-to-day operations. That's abnormal, and that's just that hit us hard, right? I know Inspector LaRock was here last year speaking to the difficulties that presented. A lot of those were the soft vacancies that we see. However, for that year, we saw more of a hard vacancy rate. So our hard vacancies are transfers out. It's a position that's not occupied by a member. Our soft vacancies are maternity leave, our off-duty sick, but the hard vacancies. So with that, we had some transfers out of the detachment, and we also had some members leave the force unexpectedly. So that creates a gap in succession planning, right? Usually we can plan forward if we expect somebody to transfer out, but when we have members quit the RCMP, then there's no succession plan for that. So that did hit us. Just to highlight, if there's any member that's, if there's a soft vacancy that's over 30 days, then that goes into our div admin costs. So we don't pay for that member directly. There's an indirect charge through divisional admin, which we will cover off a little bit later on. So there's a little bit more of the breakdown of what I meant by soft vacancies and hard vacancies. As it stands right now, we have 3 soft vacancies and we have 4 hard vacancies. That's been the focus since I've arrived. I really tried getting our hard vacancies full. So we have 4 hard vacancies, but we have 4 members transferring in. All those members should be here purchasing a house by September, October. Like we're looking pretty good. Again, like I say, there's also plans for move out. So I know that there's 1 member that's likely going to be taking a transfer out, but I'm already engaged with our staffing to fill that position. So in total, we have 7 vacancies. All of those are MPSA positions, which means we have 27 MPSA positions working. being able to boost up our resources on the front line. Our front line will always be our priority. Those are the members that are responding to the call. That's the core of public safety. But second to that is our operation support side. So as we've been able to fill in some of our vacancies on the watch, we've been able to move people into operational support. So our crime reduction unit, we have a member in traffic services now. Domestic violence, CPPS have always been there, but it's just our resources to bolster those supports to operations, and that's at the stage that we're at now. So while I know this wasn't included in your package, it just kind of maybe is a little easier to understand where our vacant positions are actually falling. The red is our hard vacancies, 2 on the watch, 2 on our operational support side, and then the soft vacancies, which we have 3. So, like I said, all of those hard vacancies have members coming in. Again, with some of the staffing, I know it's a hot button topic, but it doesn't just affect the RCMP. Police forces across North America are feeling the pinch. We're struggling to get people in through our doors. We're struggling to recruit people. Policing isn't quite the glamorous job maybe that it used to be. So that is improving. Come September, we actually have an all Alberta troop graduating from Depot, so there should be 28 to 32 members coming to Alberta. That's going to help us significantly. For places like this, for Fort Saskatchewan, we haven't seen a cadet come here in about 5 years. That's abnormal. 10 years ago, we were probably seeing a couple a year for sure. We haven't had a cadet in 5 years because they're going out to the harder to staff places, the Chateas, High Levels, Peace Rivers. So those are the members that are coming into our detachment. After they're done their time there, they transfer into Fort Sask. So we do have the numbers that are coming back up. We're starting to see an increase in applicants and going through, but that's just the reality of policing. So our police resource methodology, you'll see on the board the 2025 resource I already spoke to. That's highlighted on the watch. The 2027 one, agreement in principle, as well as a potential future request for 2028. Those 2 would be to bolster our crime reduction unit. That's where we would see the best bang for our buck is having members work directly for crime reduction, our proactive unit to address policing. But when we look at the resource methodology of what we need to safely police Fort Saskatchewan, the points highlighted below are what we look at. So police to population ratio. Fort Saskatchewan is at 849 for police to population. So comparable to that would be Wetaskiwin is at 405. Parkland is at 1,309. And then St. Albert Strathcona are a little bit, so St. Albert's actually at 931. Strathcona is at 750. Then the criminal code per member. So the files that the members take that are not traffic complaints, but the criminal code is 75.7. So that's what our members average a year. And then the big one, crime severity index, we're sitting really good. We're 95th in the province at 82.6. We want to be careful comparing detachments, but I think just for their awareness, Wetaskiwin is 261, Parkland's 119, St. Albert's 59, and Strathcona is 66. So we're actually sitting pretty good. Should the needs of the city change with population growth, and we would continue to look at it on what we need for a resource increase. So per member cost, an increase, like Mr. Rayner kind of highlighted within the multi-year financial plan, is primarily based on negotiations going on with the National Police Federation, the union, for a new collective bargaining agreement. That's projected to be a 3.5% increase for our members. And that's just to keep us in line with the police forces across Canada. Currently, a constable's salary could be up to $115,000. So everything else that's included in that $245,000 is the direct costs, such as overtime, the equipment that we need, so our pistols, our tasers, our body armor, our kit and clothing, everything that's associated to that member directly is our direct costs. And then the indirect costs that we pay for. So to manage and function Depot, our training grounds at Regina, police dog services, emergency response team, our talk that some of the councillors saw to at headquarters, and any operational support units that provide direct services to our front lines. And then we also have division admin. So those are all the human resourcing, all of the behind the scenes that it takes to function as an organization, financial, client services, planning, and then anybody that's off duty sick for 30 days or more also goes on to the div admin. A little more of a breakdown on equipment and costs. Body worn cameras, that's been talked about before. That's now mandated, and it truly is a welcome tool for all our frontline members. It provides transparency, accountability, and I think it will really show that majority of our members are out there doing a good job, acting in good faith, and to clarify some of the misconceptions that maybe we haven't been able to be in a position to counter directly. So that's certainly a welcome benefit. All our members in Fort Saskatchewan are equipped with them now and are used daily. Pistol modernization was delayed. It was out for tender. That's coming out this multi-year plan, so this coming year. Ballistic shields and improvement in our hard body armor, less lethal force like a projectile that we can extend at distance that's non-lethal. Those kind of things are also included in this financial plan, including update to our police uniform. We'll be transitioning likely this fall into spring into a blue shirt. We've been wearing these for 20-25 years, same material, so we're updating our shirt to a blue shirt. That's going to be a lighter weight, more breathable option for our members, but that costs money. So that's my point.
A staffing and budgeting strategy has been created by administration in collaboration with the RCMP. It has been refined over the years to address ongoing issues of vacancies within policing. The city used to budget for every established position and typically had high surpluses year over year. So the RCMP recognized that vacancies are a reality in policing across all law enforcement agencies due to the nature and exposure of the work that they do. Additionally, transfers within the RCMP take time where we can see a gap between a member leaving our jurisdiction to one coming in and replacing that position. As Staff Sergeant Landy has mentioned, the RCMP have a resourcing methodology and conduct workload analysis based on the city's calls for service, crime severity, criminal code files per member, police to population ratios and demographics, as well as our community policing priorities. Taking all of these things and factors into account, they determine how many police officers are needed to efficiently and effectively police our community. The RCMP advised municipalities to account for the vacancy rates and over-ask on established positions to get to that sweet spot of policing within our community. This slide shows you the staffing history and our budgeting history as well. It helps to explain the strategy that we are using to get as close to the actuals as possible. So currently this year, the staffing level is at 34 established positions. That's the blue line in the 25-26 year. We're going to budget to 30 positions this year, so that's up from 29 last year. And we are accounting for that new position, as well as this forecast of 30 members is based on what we know today. As Staff Sergeant Landy has mentioned, there are 4 new people coming into the community, and we're sitting at around that 26 right now. So we should be up to 30 by the end of fall. And then the gray line there, it shows you where our actuals have been year over year. We are only charged for the members that are working. It's called an FTE utilization rate. So we are only charged for the members that are working. The RCMP financial plan is based on fiscal year April 1st to March 31st. We do a calculation that accounts for our calendar year. This will show you the 4 different billings that we will be billed quarterly. So we have the first quarter, of course, is going to be at that rate of the 2025 rate, with the remainder of the year at that 26-27 fiscal year billing rate, and it's a higher level of a per member rate. So that just shows you the different quarterly billings that we are expecting to receive over the year of 2026. We've accounted for that 3.5% pay increase. So we're looking at a forecasted budget for the RCMP contract of $7.3 million. just over 7.3. Our current city budget is set at 6.6 million, so we do have a deficit of around 6,000 that we will put through the regular budget process later this fall. A further breakdown of what's driving some of these costs is, again, the pay increase. You can see that we are taking a blend of 2 fiscal years to come up with that $7.3 million of a forecast. And the per member rate has gone from $227,000 per officer up to $245,000 per officer that is forecasted. Yeah, and that does conclude our presentation, so we can take any of your questions that you may have.
Thank you. So this report is for information only. We're not going to have a committee report or a committee any more meetings, so I will offer some latitude, but mostly questions, couple comments, but let's try and keep it at that. Councillor Harris? Just a second. Oh.
I was stationed here and I really liked it here, but I found something better. Is there like a vacancy pool, and so anybody in the force can apply to go somewhere else? Is that kind of what happens with people moving around? Or do you do personnel planning and then assign them to where you best or where K Division wants them?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Harris. Things have changed in the climate of how we staff our organization. Gone are the days of kind of suggesting where movement occurs. There certainly is an element of career planning. The RCMP is full of a variety of jobs, be it police dog service, general investigators, so detectives, emergency response team. It really is up to the individual member to plan for it. And it's the interests that that individual member has that's in line with their family and where their family wants to go. So yes, there are abundant of opportunities outside of Fort Saskatchewan for a member to seek, be it within headquarters or an outlying community, as well as the other divisions.
I'm at a loss why anybody would want to leave Fort Saskatchewan. We got it so good here, and I'm sure you guys do. So thanks.
We have a lot of members that like to stay here.
Well, that's good. That's really good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentations. Can you go back to where you had the bar charts, the blue? Oh, yeah, that one. So you have for budgeted FTE for 26 and 27, 30, same as this year. But you're asking for a $680,000 increase for the next budget. So I'm really confused by that discrepancy.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So I'm showing you that for 2026-27 fiscal year, we do have already an increased position to bring us up to 35 established positions. I haven't changed the budgeting because we haven't really determined where we will be budgeted at. So we've left it at 30 for now. We will reassess that when we come to for the 2027 budget year as to where we need to be budgeted at as based on our vacancy rate. So typically how we get to that number is taking our established positions and we forecast what we think we will have for vacancies throughout that year. So that's where we come up. That the 30 number is a fluid number that we will ebb and flow depending on the vacancies.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for the presentation and for all the information. There was a lot of it. When you mentioned the police to population, does that take into account the vacancies?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, that's accounting for 34. So all those stats are based off what it would be if we had 34 members working in Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, so we'd actually have less than that. So, okay. And what happens to the surplus?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, our surplus, the policing surplus will go into the financial stabilization.
From the
I
city?
believe. Yes.
Okay, good place for it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. First question has to do with what could be a mandate by the looks of it. is a mandate from the federal government saying that we want to move to all electric vehicles by a certain year. And this might be a hybrid question for administration as well, because if we try to implement electric vehicle systems, obviously we're going to have to, the city is going to have to pay for charging stations or whatever infrastructure is going to be required for that. So currently there is no budget that is predicted for the next 5 years, I think. But I guess general question, where are we at with that in terms of the city moving towards this direction for electric vehicles or that infrastructure? And is that something that we should be budgeting for at present, because it will incur some costs whenever that is anticipated to be rolled out?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Noyan, I do believe that that is addressed within the multi-year financial plan, that the RCMP are starting to plan for that. There have been no cost adjustment as from what I'm reading, but it is something that they are starting to plan for, and it will eventually start hitting our budget.
And then, so we effectively, what you're saying then is that we basically see this incorporated into the multi-year financial plan when we have a more definitive idea of a date, I guess. So then, if I can ask a question of administration, are we moving towards electric vehicles for fleet in any capacity at the moment, and are we budgeting for that currently through any type of reserves allocations? Reserve allocation potentials in the near future.
Mr. Fleming?
Yes, Your Worship, the city doesn't have any plans underway at the moment to work towards alternative fuel sources for our vehicles. If it is something that the RCMP want to do, we would probably have to kind of take a look at it when the time comes and understand what those costs are, the infrastructure and whatnot.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order. A question that I have is when you use the comparisons, is it really comparable? Because, I don't believe we take into account shadow population that's in our community. So I probably don't believe Spruce Grove or even Wetaskiwin has the shadow population that we do. The number of people staying in hotels or the houses that have got like 8 to 10 people living in them. So is that actually a real comparable, or should the comparable be more based on the calls when you've got problem areas?
Your Worship, good question. That's why I erred on saying for the comparables, but it's the detachment size, and those are all inspector level detachments with relatively similar resources. Parkland detachment, which covers Spruce Grove, has significantly more. But it's all within the central Edmonton hub area. So I think those are just trying to paint the picture of where we're at kind of regionally. This is where I'm saying we're sitting quite well.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that. I guess my only concern with it is you can get problem areas that consume the department, and when that goes on for long periods of time, it's very difficult for members to keep up, and then everybody's going to that area. And we do have a huge shadow population that's not actually referenced in our census at all. And I guess that's a concern, because I know in our area we've got a house now that's being rented out to a whole bunch of people, and and they're not accounted for. So just I like that. I like data, but if it can't be quantified, then it's really difficult. So I like the call volumes as opposed to just comparing to Wetaskiwin or something. So just my comments, because I said I was going to give some latitude. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. For last year, our vacancy rate was very high. What was the vacancy rate for Alberta in total, on average?
Sorry, Your Worship, through Councillor Kelly, I don't have the answer of what our vacancy was for, you mean the Alberta RCMP? I don't know what overall it was. I can get you those numbers. Maybe we'll make note and we can get that through to you.
Well, I ask because I just would like to know if it's a sort of a Fort Saskatchewan only issue, or if it's a RCMP issue, and if it's an Alberta issue versus, say, British Columbia, for instance. Let's leave that alone. I'd appreciate the data if you could get it. I think council would, but I'm not asking you to move windmills to get it either. I don't tilt at windmills. If it's not available, it's not available.
If I could just speak to that point, like I said, it's a policing issue. It's not an Alberta RCMP issue. This is what we're seeing across all provinces, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. In fact, for the RCMP, Saskatchewan, Manitoba are worse off where they're a priority for staffing, so we're not there yet. But breaking outside the RCMP, Edmonton City Police, Calgary City Police are having the same issues. That's where it comes down to recruiting and getting people through the doors that want to be police officers.
And I don't doubt you. It would be nice to see the data, though. And you mentioned Edmonton and Calgary. Yeah, those as well, if in fact they're having problems. And secondly, somebody somewhere's got to solve the problem. And it's an ongoing problem. It seems obvious. I'll leave that alone for now. Page 70 of our package, anticipated increase to staffing resources is the section heading. It's page 70, yes, of our report. I'm not sure if it's yours. Perhaps it's yours as well. Anyway, there's reference in there. In March of 24, Council approved the addition of 1 FTE for 27 as an agreement in principle. What exactly does as an agreement in principle mean? I thought we approved and requested and contracted with the RCMP to add a member. That's completely different than an agreement in principle, at least to me.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, it's the agreement in principle is that we will come back to ensure that there is that funding in 2027, and then City Administration will prepare a letter to go to the RCMP from the Mayor to say that we do have the funding for that for 2027. So we will be sending that letter early 2026 so that they can have their member in place at the first part of 2027. That's what we mean by an agreement in principle. And things could change, and we just make sure that we have that funding in place for the 27 budget year.
Okay. Okay, thank you. If I could, page 118, that's the RCMP staffing level. It starts in 116, 117, 118. 118 has the dollars. And I just want to know if I'm reading this correctly. So Q4 actuals highlighted in light green.
Oh, yeah. Right here?
There you go. Yes, thank you. Q4 actual is essentially $244,000, which is virtually the 26-27 budget. So something must have driven the costs in the current year, 24-25, a bit higher than anticipated. Any color on what that was?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So for the quarter 4 actuals, we had only 22 police officers that we are using as our utilization number. So you take the total of the RCMP budget and divided it by that 22. That will raise that per member rate up for that fiscal year. Is that what you're referring to?
So some of the RCMP contract is fixed, not just based on a per member cost.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So the forecast in the budget will change every year depending on different types of equipment, pay increases. And so the actuals will come in differently. It's not a fixed rate. It depends on the utilization rate of how many members we have working is one of the big factors. And then what they could have forecasted the budget that certain pieces of equipment were going to come in 24-25, and that equipment didn't arrive. And so that will be an adjustment at the end of our quarterly billing at the end of the fiscal year. So the per member rate will fluctuate from what we were forecasted to what we are actually billed.
I thought when I read this, and I've got more questions, I'll stop Mayor Katra after this one for the time being. I thought when I read this that the per member, so again on the same chart, the per member 26-27 cost of $245,000 was an all-inclusive cost. That was the equipment, scheduled as described in the report, plus the vehicles, plus the gas, plus everything. And now you're suggesting to me that it's not all the costs are a per member cost. Am I hearing you correctly?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, maybe I'm not explaining it properly. So the per member rate is just the total RCMP budget divided by our utilization rate. And so it's going to fluctuate depending on how many officers we actually have working. The budget itself, it could come into like around 7 million divided by that total FTE rate.
So then, to understand it properly, we would look at the top right hand or the top half of this table, and our contract with the RCMP sends us a bill for pay total, O&M total, capital total, indirect total, and adjustments. That's what we get. That's how we get invoiced.
Correct.
I did not understand that. That's why I asked my questions. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon, you're on round one.
Thank you. You had mentioned that the pistol modernization had got delayed. Is that right? Just wanted to confirm. I thought we had approved funding for that already, so you guys should have that funding in place, or am I remembering incorrectly?
Oh, push your button.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon. So we have seen that within the budget forecasts in previous years, and they will forecast that they're bringing that equipment in, and it will get included in our budget forecast at the beginning of the year. So in our Q1 forecast, we may see that we thought pistol modernization was coming, and then by the Q4 reconciliation of the budget, we will see an adjustment to that equipment was not paid for in that fiscal year, and they will adjust our budget accordingly. And we will only actually pay for what equipment was brought in that year. So the pistols have gone on for quite a few years, and so you've been hearing that, but we haven't actually been billed for it yet. They are anticipating and have a spot for it within the forecast for 25-26.
Okay. So probably a more loaded question for you. On the policing committee, of course, you're both aware we talk about mental health and the number of calls for service that is affecting the department and most departments across the province. Has this detachment ever considered bringing in mental health specific support to assist officers, or do you know of any other detachments who have done that or are looking into that as a way to help this growing trend?
Your Worship, to Councillor Mackin, the RCMP has the wellness ambassadors, and through our internal health services that manage the care of employees. So that includes just regular periodic health assessments, medical doctor appointments as well. Now that's included with a psychological assessment. So that's all handled within the RCMP. If there's a critical incident, then we do bring people, chaplains or counselors, to deal with those members specifically.
Okay, so outsourcing it, not necessarily somebody who's an employee of the detachment specifically to mental health.
They're not employees of the detachment.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're on round two. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Public safety is such a core municipal business, and you guys don't have an easy job. So I can understand why you're short-staffed all the time, because it's such a difficult job. But so my question, it's about the three priorities. We've had the same priorities for the last 3 years. My question is, how are we measuring progress? So the three things are property crime rates, traffic collisions, and community satisfaction. Has that improved in the last 3 years?
Your Worship, through Councillor Abatoye, those have been the priorities. I think there's benefit to see trends, to see if they're you can't just capture improvement or trends off 1 year. So that's one reason why the policing priorities have stayed the same. But when you see the deficit, that we had last year, when there's reduction in 10 members, core policing, public safety will always be number one. We will be there to respond to emergency calls. But where we're going to be lacking is the proactive work, right? This year is the first year in many that we have a traffic member that's dedicated just to road safety within the city. So we'll see an increase there on one of the policing priorities, bumping up our resources for the crime reduction unit. we'll see a benefit to our crime reduction policing priority. So that's where we'll be able to hopefully dive a little deeper into proactive policing.
Okay, well, thank you. My second question is, I'm just wondering, because I grew up in a community where the neighborhoods met once a month, and they met once a month to do things like clean the neighborhoods, build relationships, and that really helps with public safety. So is there a scenario where the RCMP can work with neighborhoods such that people look after one another, right? I know you have an important job, yes, but is there a scenario where neighborhoods are kind of held responsible for their own public safety? And I'm not saying we definitely need the RCMP, it's important, but I'm just wondering, is there a scenario where we can have that included in the services you already provide?
Your Worship, to Council Laboratory, I think that comes down to policing priorities. We have our community policing victim services that work directly with the community and build those partnerships. But we've spent the last several minutes talking about resourcing, right? So we need to, as a police organization, we need to look at our core function. Our core function is public safety, right? So if we want police officers in schools, then we have to fund specifically for police officers in schools. We will always work with the community and we will always be there. And I think we've done a pretty good job here as well, even through the resourcing crisis that we might have seen last year, particularly, and still being engaged in our community. Can I say that we'll take that on as the forefront? That's not necessarily a core policing function, but we will support the community through that, absolutely, and we'll be there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I think elsewhere in today's materials, different subject matter, but there was reference to an anticipated $3 million surplus for the fiscal 25. I think I read that, Mr. Fleming. How much of that $3 million was attributable to the RCMP budget? Any idea? Any guesstimate?
Through your worship,
if you want.
Yeah, I might have to phone a friend here, but if you, I can look into it unless Ms. Rayner knows.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, well, you can see on this slide that I have up there that we did have approximately a $700,000 surplus for the past fiscal year. So we were budgeted, just to give me 1 second here. I did prepare for this question actually.
Through your worship, I know for the corporate surplus, I know a majority of that was related to planning and development permits. And then I think RCMP might have been the second biggest contributor.
We were at about 700,000.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
700,000.
And that's fine. I would have thought larger because it seems to me we've had larger surpluses in years where our vacancy rate was actually lower. So it'll be what it will be. Can I put you on the spot, sir? It's far from either of us to question the wisdom of our federal government. But if you could, can you explain to me your comfort level getting into an electric vehicle in the middle of the night at -40 and heading out of town?
Yeah, Your Worship, through Councillor Kelly, I like those are hypotheticals. I know, like, it's not going to be useful, and that's some operational wise. We'll have to look at what's effective for a detachment. We have one hybrid vehicle in our fleet. It holds up fine, but we keep it kind of for the more of admin functions running around. Certainly, I look forward to having the experts providing me advice on how we can make all those work in an Alberta climate.
Yeah, I'm. Well done. Yeah, I agree. Well done. I'm not as optimistic as you sounded. I'll stress that. And if I could, Mayor Katcher allowed us the opportunity to offer some comments, and I know you're aware, but I feel that my responsibility as a councillor to stress the ongoing concern over the vacancy rate. And I really wish we had somebody representing the RCMP from Ottawa here, because I would use stronger language. I think the problem has to be resolved. I don't have the solution. It's actually not my job to have that solution. It's somebody's job and they're not doing it. And I don't care what it takes, we need to do it. I don't have anybody in my family for sure that I can speak with authority that complains about the pay grade for RCMP officers, for instance. Okay, so it needs to be addressed. It might be endemic to the entire system across the world. It still needs to be addressed, and I'll just leave it at that, sir. On a day-to-day basis, things are great. It's not so good for the community, and it's really not so good for your offices that are actually still working. And I'll leave it at that. I know you know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen, and then we'll move on.
Yes, thank you. And this question doesn't need an extremely elaborate response, but I was looking under pistol modernization. It says a great deal of great info about pistol modernization. I've asked a few questions about it before, but then there's a sentence right in the middle of talking about the benefits of flashlight mounts on pistols and life expectancy of a Smith & Wesson to the phrase, there is a need for gender-based analysis plus, given the changing demographic of the RCMP. I don't know why that's included. I did look up what GBA plus is, and given the curiosity and the ebbs and flows of DEI, both municipally, provincially, and federally, since I was elected in this term, I was curious what that has to do with pistol modernization, and if you could just maybe make a comment on that, and that's the scope of my question.
Yeah, Your Worship, Council Nguyen. GBA Plus is utilized in all of our assessment. We have a wide range of regular members that fill our ranks. Specific to a pistol, it's the functionality of it. So when you look at pistols and all the different variety, something as simple as the weight of a trigger pull, right? You can have heavier trigger pulls, and that's part of a safety mechanism, which is what our current Smith & Wesson is. There's a stronger trigger pull. So then can we look at a GBA assessment that is easier for functioning for all males, females, all the range of members that we have?
Okay, so there are different types of firearms for males and females.
No, it'll be the same firearm. So it's just like when it gets assessed, it's that's something. Like I'm using examples of trigger pull as something that's being assessed for the functionality of the weapon for the pistol modernization.
I see. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That looks like all the questions. So thank you for being out here today. Thank you for your service. Thank you for keeping our community as safe as you can. It's not easy, and I know we've had some challenges, but we really appreciate what's being done. So keep up the good work, and yeah, we look forward to your new members coming in. Just tell them they're going to love Fort Saskatchewan. All right, thank you. Everybody's good? We'll do one more and then we'll take a little break again, because we're going to be here a while. Okay, Reserve Policy Amendment, Stormwater Endowment. We have Shannon Andruko.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Shannon Andruko, Manager of Budget and Financial Planning. Joining me in the audience today is Brian Rogers, Manager of Road Services. He's in attendance should you have questions on the programs. Today I'll be presenting a proposed amendment to the City Financial Reserve Policy, FIN 021-C. The purpose of these amendments is to strengthen the City's long-term financial sustainability, and we are introducing a stormwater infrastructure category within the Municipal Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve and the Access for Everyone Endowment Reserve. Currently, the City does not dedicate funds to stormwater infrastructure. Replacement and rehabilitation projects have been relied on various other funding sources. To address this, we are proposing a dedicated stormwater category within the existing Municipal Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve. This will provide stable funding for critical infrastructure, for instance, repairing major road culverts and rehabilitation of wet storm ponds. In 2026, the proposed budget will include an annual allocation of $125,000, and each year an additional $125,000 will be added, reaching $500,000 annually by 2029. The second amendment is the creation of the Access for Everyone Endowment Reserve. This restricted reserve will protect the intent of the $900,000 USD contribution from Dow Chemical. The principal will be preserved and only the investment income can be used. Those funds will support equitable access to recreation and culture planning or programming for Fort Saskatchewan residents. In conclusion, these amendments will guide the preparation of the city's operating and capital budgets, ensuring dedicated funding for critical infrastructure and providing long-term sustainable support for equitable access to recreation and culture. Administration recommends that Council approves these amendments to the Financial Reserve Policy FIN 021-C. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you can go first.
Sure. What's the optimal balance then? What are you looking at getting to for the both reserves, I guess?
So the stormwater, we still have to work through all of the assets. I looked up what our assets are worth right now for stormwater infrastructure. And we have about $73.4 million in assets for that infrastructure. So we will be working through that over the next couple of months to come up with an optimal balance that will be satisfying to that reserve.
So it must be considerable, though, looking at that in the future. We'll be putting in $500,000 or more a year into it.
Looking at it high level, from what I've seen, a lot of the assets are further out. So there's a few assets that need replacement in the next 5 years. So I believe the $500,000 right now will be adequate, but we have to look out further. These assets have a long life.
Okay.
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, just through your worship, this is probably a reserve. You would describe it more like a working reserve where the contributions will go in, but you'll see a lot of the spending happen fairly frequently. So I don't think this is not a reserve that's just going to build up every year by $500,000. It may build up for periods of time, but then there'll be big spends that come along that kind of knock it back down. So I don't think it's not like a savings. It's meant to take care of significant infrastructure revitalization work.
Okay. And for the Dow endowment one, is there also an optimal balance there that we look at having X dollars in it so that it kind of self-funds at some point?
No, we won't be. That'll be dependent on the need of the community.
Okay.
So recreation and culture will be looking at that annually.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I can make the motion.
No, we got questions first, but okay. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. It's my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Fleming, the City of Edmonton uses EPCOR to bill on the regular monthly utility bill some flat rate charge, I don't know, a couple bucks or something like that per residence for stormwater management. Is it anticipated that this reserve allocation would be funded in a similar manner? Or is it anticipated that this will be funded with property tax dollars?
Yeah, through your worship, I believe our intent right now is to continue to keep stormwater as part of property taxes. It's actually kind of an off and on conversation that we've had around here since I've worked for the city is should we move stormwater into utilities? If you look out there across comparator municipalities, there's actually a real mix of both. I know when you move it into utilities, I've watched a couple communities do it. It can be very divisive and complex in terms of how you calculate who owes what, how you calculate what a business should pay for stormwater, a residence, residential properties of different sizes, condos, we've never done the work to take it far enough to put it in utilities. I think we've been comfortable that it's in property taxes for now.
Okay, thank you. I trust your judgment and your comments. I fail to understand how it could be that complex, but I'm sure it is. Yeah, Mayor Ketcher, I'm good. Thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. And Councillor Blizzard asked a great question. I'm not sure I'm quite satisfied with the response to it. So, what? It seems to me like a likely procedure for stormwater. Sorry, I should address that. For the stormwater reserve proposal is that an optimal balance is calculated after a report has come back to council with details of the aging infrastructure and where or how long out we're looking at these expenditures. So why aren't we doing this in a procedure where there's an optimal balance calculated based on a report of the longevity of our current assets, followed by a budget request, debate on that budget, and I mean we're 2 months away from budget season. So I guess secondary question follow up is why is this happening right now instead of it being because it's an ongoing operational cost. That's a large question. I'm wondering why we're seeing this right now.
Mr. Fleming.
To your worship, did you have anything, Shannon? I'll go after you go.
In order for us to plan for this in our budget, the first process was to establish a reserve through coming to council for approval.
There's establishment of the reserve, and then you're going to have very specific recommendations after this on what based on.
Correct. We'll do a budget request, requesting the funds and giving you some details on what is needed.
Okay, so this is just establishment of a specific reserve. Sorry, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order. So I also have a question on the stormwater one, because when I'm reading it, it says the Allard Storm Pond was 2021. We funded that through financial stabilization and contingency, but the Range Road 24 culvert replacement was financed through the capital project reserve. So without actually having a business case, I guess I just really question. So typically, wouldn't we put into the budget through the roads program if there's a culvert replacement, because we have neighborhood monies, we have all these different monies and pots that we use to do roads. So why wouldn't we just be budgeting it through there as opposed to establishing another reserve? Anyone?
I would have to defer that question to maybe Brian Rogers.
So I guess my question to you, Mr. Rogers, is wouldn't this be part of a normal road project that you would be planning each year?
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Those projects were way outside of our operational budget. So that Range Road 224 culvert replacement, I can't remember the exact dollars. Grant would have that was probably twice what our annual operational budget was to do. So when it comes to larger ones like that, we found that if you start this reserve, when we come up to those ones like the Allard Pond, we know we're starting to do bathymetric testing. We're starting to record how they're doing, what sort of sludge we're getting. We can start judging. We're going to have to maybe do that one again 6, 7, 10 years from now. We don't know based on the neighborhood use. That's going to be another $400,000-$600,000 to go dredge that out, reshape it, do it again. So I can't remember the exact number I have for contract services. I think it's around $300,000 to $400,000 in my operations. So that would eat the whole budget plus.
Okay.
And that's just, yeah. So it comes down to these momentary projects that we need something that we can just take from and not have to go.
And I understand the Range Road one because that was part of the annexation and that was outside of it. So I understand that one, but I guess I'm looking at the actual storm pond. I mean, do you actually have a business plan about how often they're going to be done?
That is something we have started. So we've on 23. Sorry if my dates are wrong. We started to do the bathymetric testing, getting some baselines as to what they are, comparing to what they were designed at, trying to forecast maybe when they're going to come up for de-sludge clearing or such like that. So that's the far out look at it. And that one small pond gave us a baseline amount as to what we might be looking at in the future.
Okay, and just remind me again, how much was the Allard Waste Storm Pond? Do you remember?
I don't have it right off the top of my head.
It's okay if you don't. That's okay. Okay, thank you. What was my other question? Lost it. Okay. And the Dow one, yes, that was part of our agreement with Dow, so that one absolutely makes sense. So, okay. All right, I'm good. Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I had the same concerns about the utility model because, I mean, stormwater management, makes sense under the utility model, but I hear what has been said. I guess my biggest question and concern is 2029, 500,000. Now, that's probably when we're going to see, the pool, get into completion, the fire hall, secondary water, and all of those projects we have coming up. I guess my question is, do we know what the property tax impacts of this specific request will be in 2029?
Are you talking like infrastructure request? Or
the $500,000 for reserves, that's going to be coming out of property taxes,
so
right?
we're incrementally increasing that over the next 5 years or 4 years at $125,000 per year. So our just over 600 is probably 1%. So
that's a 1% increase by 2029.
Less than 1%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I did have my last question, and I think Councillor Blizzard alluded to it. So this one is not going to have an optimal balance, or is that something we're going to hear in the future that, oh no, we withdrew 200,000, so now we need to put 200,000 back in the next year, or is it just going to be that 125,000 per year?
We will be calculating an optimal balance, and we'll be bringing that through the budget process. This is for the stormwater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Blizzard, you said you want to put the motion on?
Sure. I make a motion that council approve the amended fiscal financial reserves policy FIN-021-C as set out in Appendix A of the August 26, 2025 documents. Request for decision.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, it looks like this is the best way to go, to have reserves. We do that for so many other things that have items that come and go that are at different value. So I think it's important to get this. And I think maybe the misunderstanding was year one, we will put 125,000 in. Year two, we will put 250 in. Year three, 375, up until we reach 500,000, and that may be what needs to annually go in then, hopefully, not more and more.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. I'm just going to make a comment that I support the Dow endowment one. I think that one's perfect for everyone can play. I have a few more concerns about the stormwater management one, only because there hasn't been an actual business case presented to us. It's just like, yeah, we know we have some, we're going to do them, we don't know what the costs are going to be. And to me, personally, I think that one could have actually waited until this fall when a budget request came forward with an actual business case. So I'll support the motion because I don't want to see it split, but I do have concerns about it because, I mean, all of a sudden we're going to get it up to 500,000 again per year, and I've got no business case for that. So, okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Mr. Fleming, it sticks in my mind that 5 or 6 years ago, council was presented with a stormwater management study.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm correct, thank you. But within that study, there were some alternatives discussed to help remediate and or prolong the lifespan of our ponds. For instance, catch basins in the flow streams so that the sediment would be collected in a much smaller, perhaps concrete basin and easily scraped out on an annual basis so that we're not disrupting yards and pathways and stuff like that. Anyway, is it anticipated as part of this, you're going to revisit that and maybe formalize a plan for the long term? Because haven't seen much other than we scooped the muck out of a couple ponds in the community, and then I don't think we did much.
Through your worship, I'll just provide some background and then Mr. Rogers can provide the specific details. So over the past 3 years, we have been doing testing of the storm ponds and developing plans for remediation. Most of the ponds are in pretty good health, but eventually they will need attention as the sediment builds up. We learned from Allard Way that we weren't prepared for that cost, so this reserve is intended to get us in a better position so as those costs arise, we can financially fund the repairs that are needed.
Thank you.
You're good?
Good.
Oh.
When I read the report 5 or 6 years ago, it occurred to me, or at least I thought at the time, that the sediment issue would be largely mitigated just because the neighborhoods are built out and the grass is now established and there's not dirt ditches and dirt lawns or dirt yards. The sediment issue should be more or less looked after and become less of a problem. Does that make sense?
Through your worship, the council could, in certain parts of the town, yes. Part of that funding from that report was we were identified some ponds that needed some immediate attention, ponds that needed future attention, and ponds that we weren't sure of yet. So part of that funding came as, oh, you need all this money up front, and we kind of put it out as an overlaying plan. I think it was $100,000 a year or something. There was an increase, I can't remember, to the operational budget. Through that, it also increased our ability to camera storm lines, to clean some catch basins, clean sediment out of the storm lines. We've got a few storm lines right now they can't get a camera through because it's so much sediment in it. So we're looking at a different nozzle or an option to pull the sediment out of the storm lines. And that's in areas that don't have a pond. That's in areas that might just run into a creek. So our overall storm operational plan has increased, where we've got a better rotation of catch basins we're going to clean through over the next 5 years, focusing on some higher used areas, industrial area, something closer to a creek. That's all laying plan towards the operational side of things. Then if we get into the failed culvert on just the prime example, Range Road 224, that became a very large thing. We had 3 instances this year, very familiar with one in 103rd Ave, and 103rd Street, 102nd Ave. We had a catch basin lead failure, created a sinkhole in the road. So there's out of our operational budget, we'll absorb that cost. If it was a bigger one, then maybe that's beyond my $350,000. Now you may be looking at $750,000 for something that's on an outside road. Then maybe you'd be looking at the stabilization fund to withdraw for that year. So it's looking at all the operational things together and then trying to pick out. We know we're going to get to the storm pond eventually, and if you did have a failure on another one, you have this reserve. So we're not asking all the time. We're trying to think ahead. We're trying to treat it more like a storm line, sewer line, where you've got continual use. It's something that's been there, it's been looked after, but it's aging out, and we need to just take a really good peek at it.
I appreciate those comments because I tend to focus on the ponds, but the ponds are probably a very small portion of the whole infrastructure system.
Are the end. You've got the street, you've got the gutter, you've got the concrete swale in Greenfield, you've got the lines that bring it to it, you've got the catch basins that we try to keep the sediment out of. It's a big picture. The pond is the end result.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Wild idea. Can we change the engineering spec for the depth of ponds in new ASPs? Thanks. There's a nod from Janelle, I need it. So, but in all seriousness, sediment builds up and it accrues more rapidly when there's a shallow depth of pond. So this is something that's already in the process, right? Because that is going to plug up the.
It is something. Sorry, through your worship, Council Noreen. It is something that we have identified that when they're doing these storm ponds. The other thing is too is the slopes on the edge. We want it to come in a bit quicker, so you don't all of a sudden get the weed growth on the edge. So you're starting to narrow up your pond because you get the depth of those cattails. You're starting to take away from your volume of your pond. The one off Range Road 225 is actually looking very good. They did a great 4-bay. Then you can see it had like a little mound of an island, and then they've got a nice deep bay that's going to treat out. So we've been watching it and see where the weeds are coming to. They're staying to the edges. We're getting the turnover in the water. You're not getting that sediment right away. And if we do, that 4-bay is designed nicely, that it should be fairly easy to work with.
Excellent, and that's going to mitigate the cost that we're allocating reserves to within this reserve.
Yeah,
and
the big thing is to try and capture that sediment in that 4-bay, so then you're just getting, silty water that's going down. We did spend quite a bit of time. We went to Spruce Grove. They've got a ton of storm ponds. We learned and went and talked to them, what's good, what's not. They do some treatments there. We do talk to communities and try to learn better.
Okay, you're good.
I just wanted to say I will support the motion.
All right, I'll go back to Councillor Blizzard to close. Nothing. Motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Everybody good, or do you need a 5-minute break? Pardon? Yeah, okay. Let's just take a 5-minute break. So 1:40, back in your seats, or 1:41, I'll see, because I don't know how far this is into it. Well, recess to 1:41. Okay, it's 1:41, and I said everybody in your seats at 1:41, and we will move forward. So the next one is Access for Everyone Program Model. Lindsay Poitras and Brad Bebiak. And away you go.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. As the Mayor mentioned, my name is Brad Babiak. I'm the Director of Culture and Recreation Services. We're here today to present on the Access for Everyone program, which Lindsay will be leading the presentation, and I'll turn things over to her now.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Lindsay Putra. I'm the supervisor of the Dow Centennial Center, Arenas, and Tourist Field. Today I'm here to provide Council with information for a decision on how to address the current increased demand for the Access for Everyone program. The Access for Everyone program was established in 2017 to reduce barriers to participation and access to the recreation and cultural programs at city facilities. This program specifically supports individuals and families experience financial hardship. This initiative aligns with the city's strategic goals of inclusion, equity, and community well-being. Applicant qualifications include being at or under the city's low-income cutoff threshold, or receiving supports from specific government programs such as assured income for the severely handicapped, family support for children with disabilities, or Canadian Pension Plan disability benefits. Okay. Since its launch, the program has seen consistent growth in demand, with the exception of the pandemic years. The most significant increases in participation have occurred over the past 3 years. For 2025, the maximum funding allocation per client is $245. Enrollment of approved applicants overall has been increasing annually, along with expenses, except during COVID when our facilities were closed or had restrictions. As of July 31st, 2025, there are 613 approved applicants for the Access for Everyone program, and based on clients' historical utilization, it is expected that the overall demand for 2025 will be approximately $85,000. This amount is consistent with the final numbers for 2024. Currently, available funding totals of $78,763 to support are available to support the program demands. $52,500 from the approved 2025 budget and $26,263 from confirmed donations. Administration is requesting approval for additional spending of $36,000 or $36,263. $26,263 of that is already secured, and $10,000 of funding from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve. This would bring the total program budget to $88,763, slightly exceeding the projected demand. Without the increase, intake for new clients will be closed for the remainder of 2025. A longer-term solution to the pressure on the Access for Everyone program is needed given the city's current population growth and recent increases to cost of living, as these will likely continue in the coming years. Work is underway on a proposed program model which will consider similar programs in other jurisdictions and Dow Chemical's commitment to an endowment reserve. Findings will inform a reserve program model with initial considerations outlined in Appendix A. Administration is recommending that Council approve a one-time increase to the 2025 budget for the Access for Everyone program up to $36,263 funded through $26,263 in donations and $10,000 from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve. Through approving the requested budget increase, it allows the city to provide additional spaces in the Access for Everyone program. This funding will allow the program to support the projected applicants for 2025. We do have some alternatives. One is that council approved the one-time increase to the 2025 budget for the Access for Everyone program up to $26,263. This was funded from donations received to date, or that the program be capped at the currently approved budget amount and no motion is required for that. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer questions.
Okay, just for clarity, if you can go back to that one, just for clarity before we go on. So do you already have the 26,000 in donations? Just
To your worship, that is correct. There's $26,000 we have in donations. What we are requesting is we need council's approval, to increase the expense line to actually use that money.
oh, okay. Okay, just wanted clarity on that. Okay, we'll go into questions. There's no motions, so just questions. Go ahead, Councillor Macon.
Just one quick one. Historically, since 2017, have we typically stayed under that budget? Is like last year and this year the first time that we've really seen the pressure on what's been approved?
Yes, so then it would be the last 2 years that we have had the more significant budget increase, where we went over. I think 2023, I believe that we were just slightly over that budget by about $2,000 or $3,000. And in 2024, we did come back to ask for a one-time increase for that program.
Yeah, but looking back at expended funds for 2017, 18, 19, that was all within budget. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next on the speaking order. So I guess the question that I have, and I know I've asked this question before, is it the same individuals year after year that are just recirculated on this program? Or do we ever say, no, you've used it for 2, 3, 4 years. Now it's time for you to find another funding source and somebody else gets an opportunity? Or is your opinion that we should just keep adding money?
So we do have some clients that would stay on the program kind of indefinitely. They would probably have not necessarily on the LICO scale. It would be those clients who are on like permanent disability programs that would be staying on the program. And we currently have, I believe it's about around 30% of the clients are that. And
what percent?
30% of the clients. And I believe 70% would be like low income supports. And those people typically stay on the program for a few years and then move on.
Okay, so my second question is, because I've asked it numerous times, has there been a thought to changing the model so that we don't have people who are on there for a lifetime, that you get X number of years and then you need to open this up to other people? Or
to your worship, we are working through and thinking through a lot of the program implications of, regardless of what that model looks like how would it be run? And so we are kind of working through those things. To Lindsay's point, we know some people that are on those government support programs will likely never get off those government support programs. And these are the types of programs, or some of the individuals wouldn't necessarily be able to get other supports like a kid's sport or something else like that, because many are adults. And so there isn't as many funding options available to them as it would be for others. And again, because they've qualified for these programs, these are more long-term. I think our initial recommendation is we can at least continue to support those, but we can definitely, we are giving thought to those others who would come and go off of it, how best to manage the program and that demand. But those are people we don't see very many other options for, so we are giving consideration to how to best serve them while balancing the challenge of recognizing it's tax supported 100%.
Okay, if 30% of them are government supported already, do we get any money from the government to help with this program?
Through your worship, no.
No. Okay. Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
I'm in support of this program, so I'll just state that already. But when we do these, do we look at income every year, and I get it that some of them are on AISH, so it's maybe doesn't change, but would they come back once a year and reapply for this? Do we look at that?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, yes, we do look at that on an annual basis we collect that information.
Okay, and then they have to be below a certain threshold.
Yeah, they would have to remain below like our cutoff that we have for the city.
Okay, and then are you aware of where they're registering? I was going to say it's probably a dumb question, but I assume you're aware. So if they get like a gym membership is I think around $600 a year. So really it only covers less than half of that, right? And do a lot of them do something like that where they still have to contribute anyways?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I don't think there would be a few people that I know from our list, maybe not necessarily a few, but that are on the list that would pay the additional should they run out of funds, but it's very limited.
Okay, and one more here for now. I may have more. You mentioned kids sport. Do we get a lot of families with young kids? And if so, is it when you say per client? So does a family, if they have 4 children, $245 is the maximum, or do they get it per child?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, it would be $245 per person. So like the parent would get it and their 4 children would also get $245.
So each one could get it. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Through your worship, sorry, just to follow up on your initial question, we do have an understanding of which programs are being used when they register for them. So we know that there's a large number of children and youth who sign up for swim lessons. We know adults, I think 90+% are signing up for either like a 10 pass or some type of membership. So yeah, we have an understanding of which programs or passes that they select when they use their funds.
Okay. And I guess I was asking that because if someone takes a swim lesson, that is the full cost because they're taking a spot in the maximum 10 people or 10 kids in that class possibly. But if they go for a aquasize class or something, it really isn't. You can say put it at $245, and they may use it, but it's not really that cost because you could still have the extra 30 people or 20 people that are in it. There's no limit, right? So in effect, it really doesn't cost us quite that exact amount. Although I know you have to put a $sign on it, more of a statement.
Through your worship, Councillor Blizzard. Yeah, I think we have mentioned previously and continue to look at like those hard direct costs that we have for supplying some programs and more kind of indirect to your point. Like if we have a drop-in program, we're not registering people that program is going to run. So extra people will come into the cap. There is no direct cost. We're not hiring another person. And your example of the pool or swim lesson is bang on, is because there is a need to cap that program for the amount of instructors. And so if that are like the amount of programs needed grows, so does our staffing. So there is a definite direct cost there from a staffing perspective. Whereas when I say it's more of an indirect cost is we're already in a drop-in class doing the cleaning, paying for the heat, electricity, and all those things, but we won't necessarily have to have that staff person or that other additional cost come in. So,
okay. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. Listening to this, it's caused me to wonder if we shouldn't have 2 separate programs within this one program. I visualize adults that are recipients of government assistance for whatever difficulty they're facing as being unique and different from a 14-year-old child or a member of a young family, where I would logically expect that they would work their way out of the system, kind of like I think Mayor Katcher's talking about. So what's stopping us, for instance, for issuing adults with just a pass that allows them access to the non-programming stuff that you were sort of referring to in your last comments, Brad, to the public swim, to the track upstairs at the Dow or the exercise room at the Dow, the public skates when there is a public skate in arena, for instance. Why wouldn't we just issue passes with some access allowed for those people and just allow them to use it and not budget for this stuff? Because it's not going away for these folks, at least not typically anyway. Why wouldn't we do that? Any help you can give me would be appreciated.
Through your worship, the Councillor Kelly, that actually is one of the considerations absolutely we are considering right now, is to look at that. And we're kind of looking at, again, kind of what that looks like from a budget perspective and resource perspective, but also it also helps streamline our administration. So it is one of the things we're leaning towards, but we're also cognizant that we want to be transparent in terms of our tax dollars are going. So we are thinking about the ability to report on those things as well. But that absolutely is an option that we are considering, and is one many communities use for that very reason.
It makes sense to me. And I get it that there's some cost to the taxpayer, but if the public swim day is from Sunday from 2 to 4, does the city cost change if there's 2 extra people there using this particular pass? And no, it doesn't, obviously. So I'd encourage you to give that some more thought. I'd be interested to see how it might work its way out. Now that we're at the 245 number, how is it that administration arrived at a $245 ceiling for funding on this program?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I do believe it was like a mixture of probably comparables at the time, like in 2017, to provide that cap amount, and also based on like the budget that we had allocated and the applications.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, too, I'll just elaborate a little bit more. One of the things is we actually did do a review shortly after I started, I think, and looked to see that our fees and charges had been increasing for a number of years, but we actually hadn't increased the cap. So there was a period where the recipients were getting less access to programs because the cap, our programs got more expensive, but the cap maintained the same. So we did a bit of an increase. I can't remember the exact amount. I want to say $20 or $25 a few years ago to try and compensate for that as well.
So what's the theory? What's the goal? What's the theory in this? And I think you said you looked at comparables. When you looked at the comparables, presumably you did more than just actually look at a number, but try to understand why and how those people were doing, or those communities are doing what they're doing.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yeah, absolutely. And so I'll just kind of clarify, there's where we are today in terms of the existing program, and then there's potentially where we're proposing to maybe go, to your point about looking at the program and how we deliver it. So if we were to potentially move to a membership, like a free membership pass kind of model, I think that would service primarily all of our adults quite well. It would give a range of recreation or fitness opportunities within what we're already providing. I think one of the rationales that we might have for continuing to have some kind of registered program would be specifically for children and youth. And that would be, again, and we're probably a little biased, because of the like wanting to ensure that there's still the ability for kids to get their swim lessons and learn that life skill. But there may be other things that kids enjoy more, and so it's a little bit more diversity to the offering than what necessarily an adult would be. And when we come up with a number for that, it'll kind of be based on what's the cost of that program and what's the additional cost to kind of allow it more that direct cost comparison to figure out what does it cost to have a child have access to 2 or 3 programs in a year. And that cost for that program would kind of lead to that cap for that registered piece, if that makes sense.
I get the feeling that you're hinting that that information will be available probably with the budget, and there'll be a little more formalized rationale for the dollar value that you've set.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, yes, that's where I was going.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. I agree with supporting adults living with permanent disability. As a matter of fact, the last 1 week I've heard it over and over again. Surprisingly, I haven't heard much about support for people or families living with disabilities, but I heard it over and over again this past week. So I think it's really important that this program is accessible to that group, and I actually support what Councillor Kelly said about just giving them access, but of course we have to find a way to report that or track it. But to my question, the 10,000 we're taking out of the financial stabilization and contingency reserve, is that the right source of funding for this? Because I know that we said that reserves, we usually use it for one-time thing and not a reoccurring expense. So why are we taking this money out of that reserve? It's a financial question, so yeah.
Do you want me to speak to that?
Anybody? I think Sandy's back.
Anyway.
Hi. I can maybe start to answer that question, and Shannon might need to step in as well. But normally we would take it out of the municipal operating projects reserve, but that's fully committed for 2025. So we are taking it out of the financial stabilization at this time with the intention of then addressing making a contribution to that reserve as part of the budget. So we will be looking at the reserves and addressing that shortage when we get to the budget.
Okay, so it's a one-time thing for now, but going forward, we're going to have a proper source of funding, which is not this reserve for this program?
It wouldn't normally be this reserve.
Right, okay, wonderful, thank you. My second question is actually, that answers my second question. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. I just did the quick math on kind of the ratio of applicants to this program from 2017 to 2024. And in 2017, it was less than 0.8% of our population. And fast forward to 2024, we have around 2% of our population that is applied for this program. That it looks to be an exponential trend. To my knowledge, our socioeconomic landscape or the demographic of our population hasn't changed that much. Would you say maybe that's an incorrect statement, or would you say that there's better visibility of this program where people that would be able to utilize it now have knowledge of it? Or maybe just can you comment on that statement?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. Obviously can't speak in absolutes, not knowing the unique challenges, but this is not unique to our city. I believe it is St. Albert saw a 50% increase in their applicants as well and did a substantial increase in 2025. Pardon me. So unfortunately, I think there is a bit of a larger economic impact, especially since COVID. You can see there definitely was a trend, and it was trending upward pre-COVID, but it has gone up exponentially since. So I think there is some economic challenges at play, but I think absolutely it could be that there's more awareness of the program and more people looking to use it to kind of get some of those supports that maybe they didn't previously need or didn't understand they were available. But I believe there's enough data from even use of food banks or nutrition centers that's gone up as well in the last few years. So I think it is a bigger trend going on.
Okay, thank you for that answer. There's a second question. This can be really short. I was surprised to see this in a year where we have just been endowed these funds from Dow. Endowed. That's not funny. And so I get that you want to utilize donations, but was it considered as well here to maybe preserve the balance of those donations to a future year and use the funds that Dow has been provided us in the interim, or is that just completely misaligned with the number of applicants and the demand that you're showing us?
Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, actually, we are not able to use any of the money Dow gave us.
Right.
That is principle that will be put in that endowment that was just set up. What we are able to use is the interest from that. So because that money has not yet been put in the bank or an investment accrued from it, we have no funds from the Dow money that can be utilized right now. So that's one of the challenges of the stopgap for this year is going forward, that will be in the bank. We will start to gain interest from it, and that interest would then be available to use in the future going forward to help cover this instead of ideally to hopefully cover this at the extent we need it to. So that's just unfortunately a condition of timing.
Right, I appreciate the refresher, thanks.
Okay, I'm next again, round two. So the access for everyone, that's strictly for recreation, doesn't cover anything for riding the bus for transit?
Through your worship, or to your worship, sorry. No, the Access for Everyone program does include transit and cultural programs. The way it works with transit is a little different. It's a discounted model. So there is no, or so they pay 75%, I believe, of the transit fee. The way it's budgeted and stuff, I'm not quite as familiar, but it works a little different. So, but that is captured under this program, but it's not captured within this budget, I guess is the best way to state it.
Okay, so it does cover 25% of transit. They pay 75, we pay 25. Sorry, I'm just.
Through your worship, yes, I believe that would be correct.
Okay. Okay. And I'm only asking that question because as everybody's throwing out free, wouldn't it make more sense just to make transit free? No response required. Councillor Blizzard?
I was thinking that that was already interest that was coming, but the donation amount is a very specific number, 26 something thousand. And I assume that since you didn't mention, someone doesn't want it mentioned who donated, but is that like private donations, or is that one business that felt, somebody was talked to and they saw the need? Can you just elaborate a little bit on it?
Yeah, through your worship, there is an organization that initially when they donated, asked not to be named, that has contributed a substantial amount. I believe there's at least one individual donation, and I think the other is corporate as well. The remaining is corporate, but yes, that's correct. So yeah, so it is primarily industry or corporate donations that's funding that 26,000.
Great, sounds good. We're just a little 10 short. And the other question I have, so when they get, a child is approved for this 245, do they get a code so that they can go in and, it's the way I understand it, I haven't had a kid in swimming lessons in a long time, but it's a little bit competitive. It's the registrations are open on this day and everybody's sitting on the computer trying to get in. So do they get a code so they can be part of that, or do they have to wait and see what's left and then call in with, hey, I'm on this program?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, they would just call in to compete for the program, like to register in the code that they would like.
Okay, but they can do it either on computer or by calling when the registration opens?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, typically they end up calling in or coming directly into the facilities to register.
Okay, so they have just as much right or ability to get in as anyone else. I just hate to see sometimes those are the kids that maybe need more local swim lessons too than others. Okay, that's all I've got.
Okay, what is the wish of council? Councillor Macon?
I'll make the motion that council approve a one-time increase to the 2025 budget for the Access for Everyone program, up to $36,263 funded through $26,263 in donations and $10,000 from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
I will. I'll support the motion, and I do look forward to more information on a more robust program to come forward to council in the fall, should I be here to discuss that with you. And otherwise, just ensuring that everyone has access for this year. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Blizzard.
I'll be supporting this motion. I think this is a vital service, and I know it was talked about that some people are on it long term, but I think sometimes those are the ones that are chronically underfunded. AISH recipients really struggle with what they're given, and so I think, and for kids too, they need some of these things, so I think it's very important.
Okay, thank you. So I'm probably going to be the descending vote on this one. I'm fine with the $26,263 in donations, but I struggle with the city having to put in additional monies for this. The needs are continuously going to grow. And I believe we need to go out as a municipality and start finding other avenues for donations to come in. I think the Dow one was an excellent one when they originally provided their funding. I suggested the endowment fund so that we would have funds year after year. So I think there's different ways to work this, but we're into September and you could already be, we provide this money and you'll be out of this money in a month. So personally, I just think the model has to change, and I think we have an opportunity to go out. We live in the Alberta's industrial heartland. We have billion-dollar companies that work here. I believe they need to start stepping up if that's the case. I also believe our government needs to start stepping up. If they're going to limit the funding for individuals, they need to make sure those individuals do have opportunities, and it shouldn't fall on the rest of us because we're paying it more than once through taxes. Not being mean or harsh or anything, but it's true. We pay through it through the government, we pay through it through our taxes. I just believe, there has to be a better model, there has to be better lobbying and advocating through industry and through the government. So I support spending the $26,000. I just don't support using additional tax dollars at this time. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. I in part, Mayor Katcher, support your comments. I only struggle with this in general terms because for most of our cultural and primarily recreational activities that we offer, the taxpayer already heavily subsidizes the activity or the event. And the pool, for instance, I think we recover through user fees about 25% of the operating costs for the pool, give or take a percentage point or two. And then after paying for 75% of the cost, the taxpayer has to pick up the bill for those that can't afford the 25%. It would be easier for the taxpayer if we truly set our rates at what the market will bear. In other words, not what we think it should be based on the giveaways that are happening with our neighbors, but what the actual, based upon a business philosophy on what costs are and what a reasonable cost recovery ratio should be for our facilities. In other words, give the taxpayer a break there, and I would have no problem whatsoever assisting those that can't afford it or need the help. But right now we assist absolutely everybody and super assist a small few, and I struggle with that, with the whole process. And I'm looking at you, Brad. It falls down to you and the rate schedule and a comprehensive discussion, presumably by the next council, on what your operating mandate when it comes to setting the fees should be. And I'm not convinced at all that this community has reached a level or a policy that makes sense. And I'm not also understand that we do it the same way that all our neighbors do. And the fact that we're consistent with our neighbors doesn't make us right. It just means we're consistent. And we need to have, as a community, as a society, a better appreciation of what it actually costs to provide things and what the proper pricing model should be for the services that are provided. And that is how we get proper and better economic allocation of the community's resources. And I've preached that now for 8 years. I won't quit. And the discussion's not over. So assuming, like Councillor Macon, I'm re-elected, the discussion will continue, Brad. In the meantime, I'll support the 10. I'd really like to see a new, or support the motion, I should say. I'd really like to see a new rethought policy and give some thought to just passes for those that actually need them. Because I don't, this annual, anyway, you know where I'm coming from there. And I look forward, I'm going to remind you again, I look forward to the now 2-year-old fee schedule from the rec department. I think it'll be an interesting discussion when it's forthcoming. Thank you.
Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I hear Mayor Katcher's concerns, and I agree with with what you said about looking for other options. However, I'll be supporting the motion because I believe that this program ensures that every resident in Fort Saskatchewan, regardless of their income, has access to recreation and cultural opportunities. And for me, I don't think recreation is just about leisure. It's about physical well-being, mental well-being, social inclusion, those types of things. And I believe approving this motion sends a clear message that we are a welcoming, compassionate, and active community. And so for that reason, I'll support the motion. I've heard that the 10,000 is a one-time thing. We're going to be exploring other options and how we can fund these programs. And again, coming back to your point about, leveraging our industry, that's a fantastic idea. But for now, it's sending a clear message to those vulnerable people in our community, especially those with permanent disabilities and families that just can't afford to pay for these programs. We're telling them that, look, we stand with you, we support you. And that's for that reason, I definitely support the motion.
Okay, thank you. I actually have to speak again. This is just, I love hearing the words that people should be able to access these programs and services regardless of their income. I think that's fantastic. But I think the people who are just over the threshold or the ones who just fall outside of that, or even the next level income ones, there's a lot of families out there that don't qualify for this, but they're just trying to put food on the table, pay their rent, and at the end of the day, their kids can't access it. So I'm just going to say it's about being cautious. So I think when we say regardless of their income, if that's the case, I just say let's make all of these programs and services free and get as many people out there, because all the taxpayers are paying for all of this anyway through our taxes, and that way if our children or grandchildren or the ones who are outside of the scope of the income level, if that's the case, then we should be making sure that they have access too. Because I'll be perfectly honest, there's a lot of those children who don't have access either. So, it's a real balancing act, and I think you make it affordable, people can go. Otherwise, just make it free for everybody, and we don't have to track anything, and we just pay for it as a community. That's my comments. Councillor Harris on round one.
It appears we've reached an inflection point with this particular program, as we do with almost every program. You reach a point where you kind of almost can't sustain it, but you need to because of the social benefit in that regard. It is a quality of life service, if you will. So if the inflection point has been reached, which I believe it has, then we need to do more ongoing research, as you've indicated is ongoing, in which case the next council will have to deal with how we're going to fund this thing going forward. There are so many social positive outcomes I see. So long as we continue to look at it, is it right-sized? Is it reaching the right audience, the right clients, if you will, the right customers, the right needy people? Then ultimately I think we have a social imperative to do so. We can continue to monitor the fundraising opportunities in our rich community. We have a very wealthy community in many regards. So I'll support it in this regard because I think we have reached that point, but beyond that point, definitely there need to be some enhancements or changes or reflection on really where we need to go. So I'll support the resolution in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say any more, but Mayor Katcher, I absolutely have to comment on make everything free for everybody and the community will just pay for it. In fact, our community offers many recreational and cultural activities that are free for use, paid for by the community. But those activities and those resources tend to be relatively low capital costs and certainly low ongoing maintenance things such as our pathway system, such as our grassy fields and soccer pitches that are available anytime, literally of the day or night for somebody to, well, maybe not night, but any time of the day for somebody to just walk out and use. You can't possibly suggest that the taxpayer should pay for everything when you get to a facility such as a $74 million swimming pool. It just doesn't compute. It's offensive to the taxpayers that don't use it. Take my word for it, it is. And when the community wants facilities that are that expensive, the users of those facilities should understand from the get-go that they're going to pay a significant price to use those. And if they can't or they're unwilling to, then the community ought not to be building a facility that costs that much money. It's just that simple. And to build it and then say, let's give it away, it now turns it into a $600 million liability on the hands of the taxpayer. And our city would be way better off. Every citizen in this community would be way better off having the cash in the bank than the swimming pool down the street that nobody uses. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon, you can close. I think this was your motion. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments today. I hope after the vote we have a fully funded program for this year, and I look forward to seeing how the Dow endowment turns out and how that affects the budget for this program going forward next year, and look forward to further discussion as we proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried. Thank you. Everybody's good. We'll keep going. Okay, industrial area structure plan update. I've got Aaron Brush Duncan and Cherie Shindy presenting.
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Brush Duncan, Director of Economic Development, and joining me today is Cherie Shindy, Acting Director of Planning and Development. Thank you for having us here today. This presentation outlines administration's request for additional funding to expand the scope of the Industrial Area Structure Plan update. We will provide a brief background, outline the recommended expanded scope, and then answer any questions that you may have. In 2001, the Alberta Industrial Heartland Area Structure Plan was adopted. That same year, the Josephburg Road North ASP was also adopted and later updated in 2014. These two plans overlap geographically and at times provide conflicting direction. In 2021, Council approved the Municipal Development Plan, which specifically directs the city to update both ASPs to ensure that our major employment areas can adapt to innovation and emerging trends. Then, in 2022, the city completed an investment attraction strategy that identified key industrial sectors for investment attraction. This was followed by the industrial competitiveness strategy in late 2023, which highlighted challenges like the need for shovel-ready land, noted servicing gaps, and identified current zoning, like a lack of heavy industrial zone lands, as a potential challenge for attracting large-scale projects, and recommended ASP and zoning reviews, as well as servicing strategies to improve the competitiveness and readiness of our industrial lands. In 2024 and 2025, work began on an industrial area structure plan update. This project funding was included in the 2024 operating budget. As we have progressed through the ASP update, it has become clear that additional technical work is needed. This included detailed studies on infrastructure, transportation, and servicing analysis, as well as an in-depth risk assessment, biophysical assessment, and an environmental site assessment, all essential to understanding the full development potential of our industrial lands, particularly what would be required or recommended when looking at upzoning certain areas. Additionally, these studies will also identify what is required to support transition areas from heavy to medium to light, such as risk mitigation or impact measures like buffers or discretionary uses. Ultimately, this expanded work will provide clear, practical, evidence-based policy guidance that aligns land use and zoning with Fort Saskatchewan's long-term economic goals. We are requesting $250,000 to expand the scope of the Industrial Area Structure Plan update. Funding would come from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve and would cover the required studies and reports, including those risk assessments, environmental studies, and infrastructure and servicing analysis. The April 2025 interim financial report projects a year-end operating surplus of approximately $3 million, with a major part due to higher than expected permitting revenue. This surplus may help offset these funds expended from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve. This project supports Council's strategic priorities and ensures that the updated plans are thorough, implementable, and positioned to enable significant industrial growth. Without this funding, the city may lack the detailed analysis needed to assess upzoning feasibility and servicing requirements, which could limit our ability to attract large-scale investment, optimize our industrial lands, and maintain our competitiveness over the long term. In summary, administration recommends that Council approve the $250,000 funding request to expand the scope of the Industrial Area Structure Plan update. This will allow us to complete the essential technical work to support potential upzoning, provide valuable information on servicing options, as well as risk management strategies that align with Council's priorities and position Fort Saskatchewan as a competitive and strategic location for industrial development. We are happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Yes, thank you. How is it this is before council now and not last budget or in a couple of months in the next budget?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we are seeing a lot of strong interest from investors and have received several recent RFIs that are looking for heavy industrial and serviced lands, and we honestly don't have many options of land right now to meet those specific requests. We know that this type of planning and technical work can take a considerable amount of time to complete, so starting the process sooner rather than later is really beneficial. I think it's important to note that since early 2024, we've received about 35 RFIs, including 13 that have specifically requested heavy industrial lands. And we've had several conversations with industrial investors that are requiring heavy industrial lands, and we just don't have that many zoned lands that are currently heavy. So our thought is to be ready faster. We're coming now.
Why wouldn't the property developer be responsible for preparing the area structure plan?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, there are existing area structure plans for this area, however, they are outdated. Once the area structure plans are adopted by council, they become cities' statutory plans, and so time to time, or every 5 to 10 years, we do take a look at them and see what amendments we need to make. This specific request is to meet the city's objectives of inviting development or industrial development to the city, and we are taking a path of being proactive, doing this work, and have the shovel-ready sites ready.
What is it about the existing area structure plan? Give me a couple of examples, please, that makes it impossible to develop it now.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so in existing area structure plan, so if you look at the industrial heartland area structure plan, the lands to the north of highway are heavy industrial lands, and they are currently under industries ownership. So we don't have any not empty, or those are available for somebody to buy and develop heavy industry on it. So the lands are zoned as light and medium industry, not heavy industry. So those lands are just not readily available what industry is looking for.
I must be missing something. We have some land zoned heavy industrial, but it's all owned. So this area structure plan then will take some existing, presumably medium industrial land and rezone it as heavy?
Through your worship, that is correct. That's what we want to explore.
And can it wait 3 months till we do the next budget?
Through Fleming? Oh.
I was just going to say, in straightforward, yes, it could, but we're not recommending it. There are serious conversations we're having with investors, and our recommendation is to move faster than that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris? Just a second.
1,000 is a large project budget, but it's not really. So I'm curious about how you see this unfolding. Have you developed terms of reference? This is an interdisciplinary type of a program, which brings together a number of subject matter experts to do that. Have you developed the terms of reference, and do you have that terms of reference that ultimately will show how you're going to manage this project? Because a project like this, if it's not properly project managed by administration and through the work of a primary consultant, if you will, can go sideways like that. So have you developed you're asking for the funding, so I presume you have a defined and discrete terms of reference that you will put on the street to look for an interdisciplinary type of team. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, we have developed a project charter, and we have detailed out, after having kind of interdepartmental meetings, explicitly what we need to feel confident in recommendations.
What's your timeline for this, if approved?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, our goal would be to get started as soon as we are able to with the secured funding, if that is approved by council, and to hopefully have it complete by next year.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I would think a project of this size could take up to a year.
At least.
Yes.
At
And that's
least.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you.
Sorry to Councillor Harris.
You're good?
Apparently.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Thanks. I've got a lot of questions here. Off the heels of two ASPs where a motivated land purchaser, developer for residential has paid upfront costs of development of an ASP. So these are my concerns surrounding a budgetary impact to an area structure plan in a city where a developer has already been incentivized by city council very recently. And yes, thank you. Yeah, so that's the context of my question. And given that, so why isn't the landowner responsible for submitting an ASP to planning and development for council to evaluate if there is indeed a very imminent investment decisions being made in this area?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, there are multiple landowners within the lands which are zoned as medium and light industrial in this area.
How many can you just say?
I would say at least 5 to 6. I'm not exactly sure, but multiple. There is one major landholder as well. That said, we haven't heard from them as far as my knowledge about upzoning the lands and things like that. These are the interests we have been getting through private investors who want to move to Fort Saskatchewan and establish the industry. So that is what we are trying to address. This, I'm not sure if if the landowner is actively looking into upzoning the lands.
And why aren't we sure? Have you not called them and asked them? Look, we have this is I think in the scope and the purview of your job description is to communicate with these landowners, with the industrial lands, wherever it is, and then make sure that we're kind of all on the same page and working towards an objective, obviously, that you identified as valuable to Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, I have two lights on. I have yourself and Janelle.
Through your worship, the city has a terms of reference that guides how we prepare area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans. Within that, it says that new ASPs will be prepared by the developer and then updates are undertaken by the city. So because there are area structure plans in place here, it is within our purview to undertake the update.
Okay. Is it not possible to bring forward a redistricting of subject lands? I'm proposing the path of least resistance if indeed there's an imminent FID that's going to happen by a company. We can say we're good to go, right? So is that not a possibility under our current ASP?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so we absolutely would support an investor who is interested in upzoning a particular parcel of land. However, the goal of looking at this updated area structure plan kind of as a comprehensive document is to ensure we're not just kind of spot upzoning, but we're looking at the entire industrial lands kind of as a larger area. And also, these projects take time. We've mentioned this project could take, over a year. And if other municipalities have lands that a lot of the work has already been done and they're already zoned as heavy, then that's a certainty that investors would have. So if we cannot provide that we have the certainty of heavy industrial lands available, then they might look elsewhere. So the thought is if we do the studies so that we can, make these recommendations for upzoning, that we're reducing the time and increasing the certainty for potential investors, which just helps us to be more competitive.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Just quickly, was wondering, what does your next 3 months look like then when you say, you want to get this off the ground and get going? What does that 3 months that you're hoping to pick up here by not coming a budget? Like, where do you go? What do you do for the first 3 months to kickstart it?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, our next step would be to finalize the RFP and to move forward with that.
And how long of a process is that typically, the RFP?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, say within a month we finalize the RFP on our end and then post it, hire the consultant in next 3 to 4 weeks. So project could start during 2025 or towards the end of 2025.
Okay.
That would be the hope.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Couple questions. So would it be light industrial and medium or only medium industrial to heavy?
Through your worship, that is where the inconsistency between the existing area structure plans are. Within the industrial ASP, these areas are shown as light and medium. Within the Josephburg ASP, this area is shown as medium. So that's another cleanup we need to do. But either way, we need to see what can be rezoned as industrial, heavy industrial.
Okay, and I guess my other question is with changing any of the light and medium industrial, is there any conflict with people who still have residential properties out there? Does it meet the MIAC standards? Because I know in Horse Hills Technology Park, they wanted to do heavy, and we appealed that one because we said, well, it's going to be downwind, and we had concerns. So I guess I'm just looking for assurances that if we go down this road, that it can't get, appealed by Alberta Energy or something that it's in conflict.
To your worship, and that is exactly where the risk assessment comes in place. That's why we need to do that to determine which parcels could be heavy industrial, and the risk assessment will take those things into consideration.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Councillor Abatoye?
Thank you for your presentation. My question has been answered. I was going to ask about community safety buffers, but you already answered the question, but I can put the motion on if that's okay.
It looks like we're ready for a motion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I make a motion that council approves $250,000 to update the ASP for cities' industrial areas to be funded from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserves.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes. I think Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserves has been very popular today. But I definitely think that this is being proactive. Like you said, that it's been 35 requests for information in the last 1 year. That's significant. And I think it's important for us to be investment ready. I think that going about this study makes us pro-economic growth and investment ready. I think that you're being proactive, and I think it's something that we need to, get ready so that when those investments, because when businesses are looking for places to invest in, they're looking for the path of least resistance. And we being, investment ready will just do that for us. So definitely kudos to you, Economic Development Department and Planning Department for, going about this work. And I look forward to all the work that's going to come out of this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. On discussion and debate, Councillor Harris.
I'll support the motion because obviously we have a large block of land that is just sitting there kind of undeveloped, and it could be. And if it's done in the context of a cohesive plan that dovetails nicely with everything around it, then I think that's imperative for us to have our planning in order. So if this terms of reference you put together, Project Charter, will allow us to have that positive outcome, then I'll support it in that context. It's just good planning. So good luck.
Okay, thank you. I'll support the motion as well, knowing what parcels of land that we have out there and that nothing to the south is heavy at this point in time. If we're not starting to be proactive, then we just lose any of these new perspectives to our other industrial neighbors. And we know what the consequences are when we lose these ones. So by being proactive, if we can have these lands made available, even though it does take time for them to do their final investment decisions, I think this is showing that we are being proactive. So I definitely will support this one. Thank you. Okay, not seeing any other discussion and debate. Councillor Abatoye on close.
Nothing further. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, the motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 6-1. People need a break yet? Pardon? One more? Oh. One more? Okay, we'll do one more. I know everybody's backs are getting tired, so okay. Next one, 6.6, City Ambassador Program, Amber Grant and Jennifer Hoyer presenting. No, he said one more. He said one more. Okay, we'll let you do that. Doesn't want to open. Next one, we'll take a
Let's give a 15-minute break next time.
Yeah, I think we'll take a decent break. Go for a walk around the block.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm Amber Grant, FCSS Social Planning Coordinator. I'm here today to present options for relaunching the City's Ambassador Program. With me to assist with questions is FCSS Director Jennifer Hoyer. On July 8th, 2025, Council approved the following: that by August 26, 2025, administration provide a report with options for relaunching the city's ambassador program as a way to recognize outstanding City of Fort Saskatchewan community groups, businesses, or individuals, and that report include details such as the suggested nomination process, selection process, and award options, as well as cost implications for sustaining such a program. The Fort Saskatchewan Ambassador Program ran from 1995 to 2013. It was implemented as a way to recognize those that promote Fort Saskatchewan, encourage others to do so, and foster a sense of community pride. Nominees were reviewed by a committee, and those selected as ambassadors were celebrated with city promotional items, a feature in the local newspaper, and an annual luncheon. Over time, the program parameters became quite broad, and it diminished the effect of the recognition, and therefore the program was discontinued in 2013. If the city was to relaunch the ambassador program, it is recommended that it focus on acknowledging community leaders. A proposed program would require developing a procedure that considers eligibility criteria as well as a clear nomination and selection process. A review panel would need to be established to receive nominations, assess eligibility, and decide on candidates to honor as ambassadors. Administration has prepared recognition types for consideration. As shown on page 3 of the report provided, the first option would be to establish a formal program and award a certificate and/or item of recognition. This would include developing a policy and procedure, nomination and selection process, and creating a selection panel. Ambassadors would be awarded at a regularly scheduled council meeting, and it is estimated this would have an annual cost of about $2,000. The next option has the same elements, but rather than recognition at a council meeting, an event to celebrate ambassadors would be held. It is estimated this would have an annual cost of about $5,000. The final option presented does not create a formal program. Rather, council could choose to recognize outstanding contributions with a letter and/or certificate. It is estimated this would have an annual cost of about $100. In addition to these direct costs, administrating a program like this will have impacts on internal staffing resources. Those impacts will be determined in response to the program chosen.
Thank you for your presentation.
We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Thank you, Amber and Jennifer. Good to see you, ladies. First of all, thank you so much for bringing the report forward. I put notice of motion forward because I'd heard from residents about this program and how amazing it was when it was available. I have no intention of putting notice of motion forward right now. I believe that's the next council, is something next council should decide on. This council has come to this our last meeting, so I don't think it really makes sense to put notice of motion forward right now. But if I have the privilege of being on this council next year, I would definitely be pushing for it. That's for sure, based on your recommendations. But to my question, you had 3 options. So what does administration believe provides the best balance in terms of cost, visibility, and sustainability of those 3 options?
I believe that all the options presented have really good value in terms of recognizing outstanding community members. But I think the cost effectiveness of council taking it upon themselves to recognize and do it within the meetings for $100 a year is a very effective way of making community members feel recognized and special.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Macon?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if the institutional knowledge is in the room for this or not. So if the answer is, I don't know, that is totally fair. I'm just curious if back in 2013, why didn't they consider then changing the parameters of the program rather than canceling it? Why was canceling it? I don't know if anyone would know that answer.
Mr. Fleming?
Yeah, or
Just throwing it out there.
Mayor Catcher was here too. My recollection internally was that the program had been going on for a while, and it was believed that it just sort of reached a logical conclusion, and that it wasn't adding the same kind of value it was when they originally started up, and it had a bit of energy behind it.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
I'm supposed to have a question, so I'll see if I end up with one, but I have mixed feelings on this. I'm part of an organization that did get one in the past, but so if we started again and we say, let's have 10 a year, 10 years later, you've done 100, is it an unlimited amount? Because you're only going to give it to one person. So I question whether that's the best way. Maybe the letter from council is, something that is not a bad idea to just, and if it's 3 people, so be it. But yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings on this one. But I do agree with Councillor Abatoye. I think maybe next council should look at this. It could be a nice new start.
Okay, thank you. I know it's supposed to be a question. So in doing your research, did you come up with anything, the fact that Chamber did International Women's Day to acknowledge women in the community, that Polanski's or Andy's Playground Foundation is doing recognitions to people in the community, and that through COVID, economic development did recognition through the community. So even though we say it ended in 2013, there's no reflection about all these other things that are going on in the community.
To your worship, those items did come up as we were researching, and they seemed to start popping up around the same time that this program started to quiet down or naturally ended. And I think they are definitely part of what would have to be considered if the next council does move to bring this program back. They would have to be considered at how is this program different than things that we see happening in the community.
Okay, and just my comment on that, if you want institutional knowledge, I'm happy to provide it, because in 2013 it was really watered down, and as we've noted that any citizen could basically get an ambassador plate for doing anything because they were a friend of a friend. And the last one that we did in 2013, it really showcased the fact that it was really watered down. And not only that, it comes down to businesses when they're doing things, they were doing things, giving sponsorships out of the goodness of their heart. And it really wasn't, we didn't feel it was appropriate that if you honored one business that maybe you should be honoring so many, because so many were giving money to all of the sports places and everything. So it gets blurred really quickly, and that's the reason that we stopped doing it. We still do some informal recognition, like we have the fellow who's picking up garbage on 86th Ave or Southport Boulevard over there every day. And I mean, I took him out a blanket and a thank you card, and I think things like that, it's more random than doing formality, and that's something that people on Facebook had said, oh, we need to recognize this person. Well, he was just looking for, so I don't know if it's really something that needs to go on, but I think informally there's opportunities, but I'd really hate to see staff get back into that where we have a big function again. So that's the institutional knowledge, Councillor Macon. Most of it. Councillor Macon?
I just want to say that before we go call in 2013 watered down, I got it in 2013, and I happen to really like my license plate.
Councillor Harris? Point taken.
When I showed up here in 1996, Terry Stacey was the Director of Economic Development, and I think there was a lot of buzz back in that period of time, and the number of ambassadors that we did bestow it on were really quite excited about it. There were people that were long-term residents and business activists and things of that nature, and it was good, but I left in 2005, and I think it was even waning back at that point in time. So from an institutional knowledge standpoint, it was good, but it ran its course. And is it worthwhile going forward? I think if we can frame it for the next council to say, is this something that you, as some new councillors, maybe some returning, who knows, have an opportunity to look at, then they can make that determination and then fund it appropriately and create a terms of reference and a criteria that ultimately is pretty well understood in terms of how you get that kind of acknowledgement. So it was fine, but it ran its course. Do I see it going again? Not really. So you're going to have to convince me if I come back.
Okay, thank you. So there is no motion on this one. Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to take a break, but we're going to take about a 15-minute break. Actually, it'll be 18 minutes. We'll make it 3:15 so that people can have a good stretch, and we'll recess till 3:15.
Two smokes.
Oh,
You have a smoke and a vape.
roll me. All right, it's 3:15. We'll return from recess and go on to the next one, the report on rationale for street-oriented development on collector and arterial roads. Janelle Smith-Duguid and Shuri Shindy.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Janelle Smith-Duguid, and I am the Deputy City Manager. Joining me today is Shuri Shindy, Acting Director for Planning and Development. We are here today to present a report on the rationale for planning policy that encourages street-oriented development along collector and arterial roads. First, some background on this topic. In January of 2021, Council adopted the Municipal Development Plan. The MDP includes policy that says, encourage situating street-oriented development along collector and arterial roads to promote traffic calming and create an engaging street experience. In May of 2025, the Roseburn ASP was adopted, which includes similar policy direction. In June, Council passed a motion directing administration to prepare a report on the rationale for requiring street-oriented development along collector and arterial roads, and to provide options for amending the MDP to increase flexibility with respect to this policy. There are multiple reasons why the city encourages facing houses onto arterial and collector roads. One of the big reasons is the aesthetic appeal. Fronting housing onto roads creates a more welcoming and inviting street. Many of these roads are entrances to neighborhoods, so the beauty of the street influences drivers and pedestrians' first impressions. Generally speaking, residents take greater care of the front of their house than the back of their fence. Regular maintenance deters criminal behavior, as those who participate in graffiti and vandalism tend to target rundown surfaces or areas where it appears the owner cares less. Another reason for encouraging developers to orient housing towards the street is safety. Facing a house towards a corridor promotes eyes on the street, increasing natural surveillance. The perceived likelihood of detection acts as a natural deterrent for criminal activity. Creating an interesting street that is well maintained with natural surveillance increases the likelihood that residents will walk, improving the health and well-being of the community. The street also becomes safer because drivers tend to drive faster when houses back onto arterial or collector roads. Monotonous streetscapes, such as long continuous walls of fences, increase the likelihood of speeding. When drivers consistently exceed the speed threshold, the city installs traffic calming measures to change drivers' behavior. Traffic calming measures added after a neighborhood is constructed are funded by taxpayers. Incorporating design strategies to positively influence drivers' behavior in the initial design of the neighborhood decreases the likelihood of the city incurring later traffic calming costs. Last year, roundabouts were constructed on 95A Avenue and West Park Drive, after traffic data showed drivers consistently exceeded the speed threshold tolerance. Both 95A Avenue and West Park Drive are arterial roads with houses backing onto the road. There are examples of scenarios these are examples of scenarios we are hoping to avoid in the future by encouraging developers to front houses onto arterial and collector roads. The policies within the MDP and ASP encourage street-oriented development. The MDP defines encourage. When used in policy, encourage means the city will align its regulations and promote the intention and directive of a policy when interacting with community building partners to actively influence a particular result. In instances where street-oriented development would impact operations or community safety, the city and the developer can opt to back housing onto the major road. Should Council wish to increase flexibility with these principles and policies so that housing types on collectors and arterial roads may be considered on a case-by-case basis, administration has provided two options within Council's report. Council could direct administration to prepare amendments to the MDP and the Roseburn ASP. The amendment would add additional language to the related policies, emphasizing the importance of function over aesthetics. The additional language is shown in the council report and on this slide in blue. Alternatively, Council could direct administration to prepare an amendment to the MDP and the Roseburn ASP that removes the related policies. Your Worship, that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Okay, thank you. If you're okay, I'm going to ask the first questions. So in your report, when you say encourage will align, that doesn't appear to give any flexibility. So how can there be flexibility if you're saying will align? That's what you just had on there. Yep. And I read that to be that encourage means the city will do this. Not may, but will.
Through your Worship, yes, my read of that would be that the city will align its regulations, but also the later half says that we'll work with the community builders to influence. So I think if it's done by the city's sole discretion, then it's something we're going down that road. But if it's a conversation with a community builder, then it may be more of a negotiation.
So then my second question comes to the point with the Roseburn one, because we approved this in January 2021, and that was in COVID, and I remember we were all online, and it was a very big document. But then when we come to the Roseburn one, and we talk about street orientated, and then you throw in traffic circles on front facing, how does that make sense?
So, Your Worship, we have taken a close look at that particular street, and because the driveways will be in the back and not onto the street, we think that it will function. We asked our engineering department to take a look at it again, and at this point they have no concerns with how it will be laid out.
Okay, my last question. Doesn't it make more sense to have it reviewed on a case-by-case basis to ensure that we are providing safety for traffic, for people parking? Because I assume coming off a traffic circle, you're not going to be able to park in front of your house anyway.
Yes, the function needs to be prioritized over the aesthetics, even with how the policy is written as of right now. There were instances within the Roseburn area where houses, the decision was made to back houses onto the collector as opposed to having them face the road, just because functionally it didn't work. When we looked at the area near the traffic circle, we thought, yeah, it's still going to work. So we moved forward with that. But in instances where it would cause traffic safety issues, then we wouldn't want to introduce that to the neighborhood.
Okay. Any questions from anybody else? Councillor Harris?
I don't have any questions, but I think I have thoughts on this, and we had those thoughts discussed when we dealt with the Qualico application in West Park. So I'd be prepared to put some of the alternative motions on the floor when we get to that point, but I don't have any questions at this point.
Well, go ahead and put a motion on. That way we can start debating what's...
Yeah, I think administration put forward the two motions on page 3 of the report. So I would, to get the discussion going, I would move that council directs administration to prepare amending bylaw for bylaw 3120, the City of Fort Saskatchewan Municipal Development Plan to amend policy 8.3.6, and it's listed there. Did you anticipate this being two motions or one with two parts to it? Because if so, I can move the second part in there too. But it looks to me like that's two separate resolutions. If that's the case, then I'll put forward the first one. We can have a discussion on that and determine if we go any further.
So is he correct? That's two separate motions?
That was the intention.
Okay. Okay, so we'll deal with that one first, and you can go ahead and speak to it.
having been involved in the preparation of the West Park planning and to see a change proposed by Qualico in the last instance that they put, they wanted front-facing lots, similar to what you just said. There's the garages in their back, and in reflection, that works okay. And it works okay for a couple of reasons. One, because it's, call it the apex of the curve, if you will, in West Park. So there isn't a lot of traffic that goes by. There is, but there isn't. Not as much as if you were on the south part of West Park Drive, south of Friesens, which you showed the picture on. So from that standpoint, I guess I learned to live with it, and I accepted it just to see if it made sense. So in those cases, and that's why I'm proposing this motion, because it should be on a case-by-case basis. And with roundabouts, no way does that work. We put the roundabout on 95A and West Park Way, and the guy who lives right on the corner, who just moved in, he can't park in front of his house. And the guy on the other side, I think, reluctantly went along with it, across 95A. And so on a case-by-case basis, from a planning standpoint, if you look at it and you work with a developer, I think we can probably make something like that work. And if the volume of traffic is going to not be that great, then I think maybe that's a something we can work around. But to have it as a blanket statement, and Mayor Kitcher, you were absolutely dead on. I totally missed when we were dealing with those statutory plan amendments. I missed it. And I wish I had spoken up at that point in time, because I believe in the safe and efficient movement of vehicles and transportation in our community. And I think that's why we have unimpeded access onto those major roads. If we have a speeding problem, that's an enforcement issue. The speed limit's 50. And if people are going faster than that, they do so because that ultimately is kind of what the design of the road talks to them about doing. And so unless we put some type of traffic calming in there, like the roundabout south of Friesen, I think that works really well. Do people pick it up after that and head south down to Wilchester Boulevard? You bet. Do they we're on 95A, do they zoom around that roundabout and then go zooming off to the roundabout or to the ring road or over to Price Alders? Of course they do. That's an enforcement issue. But I think we have to have a planning framework that allows the safe and efficient movement of transportation in areas of our community. Attractive streetscape, I don't buy that. It just doesn't work for me in that regard. I think with the fact that we promote sidewalks on one side of major roadways and wide paths on the other, we don't have the same problem they have in Edmonton, where they have to put bike lanes to take up parking in residential neighborhoods, because we've designed our transportation infrastructure wisely to allow people to walk safely on those roads, pedal on those roads, or on those transportation corridors. And so I think that's why I'm suggesting I have a hard time with the blanket in the general municipal plan, wherever it was. So that's why I think we have to rethink this. So I suggest to council, on a case-by-case basis, we're still allowing enough uniqueness, I think, to come forward that our planning department can bring forward in an appropriate manner for us to feel that we're doing something different. But other than that, I can't live with it a blanket so that we've got front-facing on all our residential and collectors. I just think that's a bad decision, quite frankly. And it's not good planning, in my opinion.
Okay, you're good. Councillor Macon on discussion and debate.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm not going to support the motion. I agree with the rationale for the street-oriented development. I haven't heard anything in my mind that would change my mind on that. I heard what was said about the flexibility of the wording in here to look at it if the city felt like there was a different need for a certain street based on safety or traffic engineering. So I would prefer it to be left as is, and I won't support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
I will support the motion. I also have mixed feelings about the front facing. While I see the value in, what you're stating, slowing down, I also feel that sometimes when you're buried living in the middle of a subdivision, it's a long way to get out. It takes me as long to get out of my area to the main road as it does to just about be in Strathcona County in Sherwood Park. So, it takes a lot of turns, and I'm happy that there's a few main roads where, no, I don't zoom, but, I might go just 50, 55 instead of trucking along at 40. And I think it's the main roads having front facing. Kids will be kids and zoom out of their driveways. And if you don't live on a road like that, you may not see it. But, when you see that some of the kids, they go down on a skateboard or something, they're little, they assume that it's okay. It is okay on some of the small roads. You live on a crescent cul-de-sac, maybe a minor road, but when you get these ones that it's through traffic, I think it's more dangerous for the kids. And the parking makes it dangerous. We had tons of issues on Allard Way. I don't know that they're gone with parking on either side where there's traffic calming. People were angle parking. Kids were walking out. Honestly, I think that would have been a lot safer if it had the back facing to the road. So I will support this motion. I think we need to allow for both and look at it individually. I can see the merits of front facing, but I also think there's times where it should be rear facing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
I guess, first of all, just a comment. It strikes me that while at first we're used to rear facing on the significant, on the arterials and the collectors, but it strikes me that most families spend their time in their backyard. Most houses are designed to have the living quarters and or the bedroom quarters at the backyard, and it would probably make sense then to have that be the quiet area, which would mean away from the busy street. So I see nothing wrong now that I've thought about it a bit with having the front-facing houses. And I'm going to ask Councillor Harris to help me understand how it is that the motion, the revised 836, is really different from the existing 836.
Oops. Administration has put this forward, so I'm reflecting on the fact that there's a change there. Help me understand that, if you will, administration.
I believe the word is case by case.
Yeah.
So, but both motions say encourage, which means then that there's flexibility. So I don't see the difference. Janelle, can you tell me what the thinking is?
Through your worship, the addition of the case by case does provide additional flexibility. The other wording change that we made was to talk about the operational functionality. So our thought was the revisions just put more emphasis on operations over aesthetics.
Give me an example where operational functionality might not exist with front facing.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so for example, when we were doing the Roseburn area structure plan and neighborhood structure plan, in the area structure plan, we had shown street-oriented development along collector roads. And when we were working through the neighborhood structure plan, which is the next level of detail, we realized just how the lane intersections were going to work in certain areas. It didn't make sense to have some stretches of those collector roads having street-oriented development. So for that operational functionality perspective, how the garbage
facing
trucks and stuff moves around, we changed that, and that portion of the collector road now has housing backing onto the street.
Okay, and so then based on those comments, I would conclude that administration is at a minimum ambivalent and then perhaps even supportive of the motion that Councillor Harris has put forward.
Through your worship, ultimately the MDP is council's guiding document. I think what is put in front of you would help with interpretation down the road. But what exists now, what's in front of you, they both achieve the same means. We saw with Roseburn that the flexibility was there and the planning staff was thinking about function over aesthetics.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll support the motion. Thanks.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question of clarification on the case by case versus the, the case by case. So this sort of policy would be applied at a redistricting level and then encouraged by planning and development when a developer is beginning the proposal of set units. Is that a correct statement then? And the case by case, obviously it's something that's council is not going to be, or we're not going to have influence, because at the time of proposal for a redistricting, this will already have been applied to the developer's decision-making process on what type of housing product that they're proposing in Ontario, right? Is that good summation?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so this policy will be applied at the area structure plan stage and the neighborhood structure plans. So both these plans will be coming to council for approval. So you will get to see where the street-oriented development is proposed, where the lanes are, where the roundabouts are, and how everything functions together. So you would be able to see and approve it.
So we've already approved area structure plans and 2 neighborhood structure plans, I think.
Through your worship to
that
Councillor.
Doesn't apply to those as of yet.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So yes, we approved the Point Opens area structure plan and Roseburn area structure plan and a neighborhood structure plan within the Roseburn. And this policy, the encourage policy, was applied there. Okay. And we did take into consideration the functionality and what works, what doesn't work. Whatever new area structure plans will come or the new neighborhood structure plans will come, you will see the policy applied there moving forward.
In that case, we have a lack of continuity within our 2 brand new ASPs.
Your worship. So the motion that's been put on the floor speaks to the MDP, and then there's a subsequent motion to align the ASP to the MDP.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Next in the speaking order. I'll support the motion as well. I think when the Roseburn one came forward, it was really evident, and I tried to ask the developer, did he have flexibility? And I saw a whole lot of squirming going on, especially when it came to by the roundabouts. And I do understand you did amend some of the street frontage on that, but my biggest concern is when you have front facing and you have a roundabout. And Councillor Harris is exactly right. You live in West Park. The houses that are beside them, that don't actually front onto them, they side onto them, but there's no parking on the side or the front of their house. The one by Friesen's, the one person's driveway got pushed way back in order to accommodate his parking even, but my biggest thing is just really about the safety of it. And while I know engineering says, yeah, it's great and wonderful, they don't have any problems with it. If they don't drive it every day or they don't live in those houses, it makes those houses even tougher to sell. And I think Councillor Blissert's correct. It's safety for people living in those, even if they don't have a front driveway backing out onto it, just not even having an opportunity to park. And what's the first question we ask when it comes to these new subdivisions? Where are people going to park? And we're always assured that there's enough parking. So that just takes out extra parking. I think if it's on a case-by-case basis, I feel like council can even have probably a little more input when it comes to us, because when we had those conversations sitting around council, we got the feeling we couldn't change anything, and if we didn't approve it then we had to reject it and return it back to administration for review. But I wasn't sensing a lot of comfort in the fact that there was going to be these roundabouts on front facing. And that's why I put the original notice of motion forward. So I think case by case will just make everybody feel a little more comfortable as opposed to encourage, and we will do this with the policies, because as soon as you put those two words together, they're opposite. So that's why I'll support this. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'm still maybe trying to understand, just to follow up on like Councillor Kelly's line of questioning and the difference between what's in place now and this wording. I think what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that if this wording was in place when you were looking at Roseburn, it would have been the same outcome. You would have recommended the same outcome, correct? Because that the logic behind that is the same.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, I would say yes, because in that case, these technical things were considered. Engineers had reviewed the drawings, and that is what happens at the neighborhood structure plan level. You have all those details to make the decision. So I would say yes, the outcome wouldn't be different. I would also like to add maybe clarity on a couple of things, that roundabouts are, if you're putting them when you're starting a new neighborhood, they would work much better than retrofitting something. And also when we talk about street-oriented developments, usually we are talking about where the garages are in the back, and so they are not interfering with the roundabout. So those two things I wanted to clarify, that safety issue where somebody is driving out of their driveway and coming onto a collector or arterial street will not exist when we are talking about the street-oriented development.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I think it's fair to say that this doesn't change what you're doing right now. It just adds a little bit more clarity to the process. Okay, I will change my mind and support it then. Thank you.
Councillor Harris to close.
You know, I think we want to ensure that our planning documents are consistent and they provide good direction to developers when they come forward with the development of a neighborhood area. And I think, you know, it goes to the whole idea of, yeah, we can be somewhat novel and unique and we can try these new things. But they're trying new things in Edmonton, and look at the infill issue that they're having. That's not going to happen out here, I presume, and I would hope. And going forward, if we're on council, we'll ensure that doesn't happen. But street-oriented development, you know, some of that stuff's almost too fuzzy for me in that regard. Suffice to say, if this gives administration some flexibility to be able to say, yeah, council would have a problem with that in this area, so let's see if we can find something that works better. That's all I would want to be trying to accomplish here. So it's not a given it has to happen, but it's a, yeah, it makes sense. The one in West Park, it didn't make sense to me to begin with, and I fought that thing. I didn't like it. But I drive down there occasionally, and it's not bad. And I ride my bike along the west side of the road. And fortunately, nobody's parking on the other side where it says no parking. They're parking in front of their houses, and they park in front of the bump outs, and that protects them. And I think that seems to work out okay. So if that was the outcome in Roseburn and elsewhere going forward, then I'd be happy with that. And then we can see some novelty. But by and large, major roads should be primarily a transportation corridor that moves people around. And so, you know, if council supports it, that's great. And then I would move the second one if this moves forward. So thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is closed. Please cast your vote on the first one. And it is carried unanimously, so you can proceed.
I would move that Council Director Administration prepare an amending bylaw for bylaw 9-25 Roseburn Area Structure Plan to amend policies 8.36 and 4.5.1.7 as outlined in the report. I won't read it all.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I think we've covered it. It's consistent in terms of bringing those two plan those two plans into congruence.
Okay, thank you. Well, unfortunately, this will have to be this fall. So in quarter 4 or Q1 of 20, like there's not a rush, right? Correct?
That's correct, and our intent is to put it on the consent agenda. So November or December was our plan.
Okay. Okay. Is there any further discussion and debate on this one? Nothing on close?
Nothing.
Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Kaiser, you're taking us home with your two. We can ask them because we're going in camera. We're still not done.
Oh, no,
Yeah. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I'm the City's Director of Legislative Services. I am before you to present amendments to the Election Campaign Provisions Policy, Gov. 12-C, for your consideration. The purpose of this policy is to guide council members, candidates, administration, and the public on the appropriate use of city resources during election campaigns. One of its core objectives is to ensure a level playing field between incumbents and new candidates, and to ensure fairness and transparency in the municipal election process. Administration has identified several provisions where the wording could be clarified and the intent of the policy expressed more clearly. These proposed amendments are clearly laid out on page 3 of Appendix B. One of the main changes is that the section that was previously numbered as 4.5 has been removed, as it was overly restrictive on incumbents and didn't align with the spirit of the policy, in that city spaces should be available to candidates on the same basis as they are available to the general public. Changes were also made to section 4.10 through to section 4.12 to more clearly express the intent of these sections, being that candidates may campaign on city-owned lands under the same conditions that the public, provided they follow the bylaws, permit rules, etc. It is my recommendation that Council approve the amended election campaign provisions policy as attached as Appendix A to my report. This concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, did you have a question, or did I forget to take you off?
I think you did.
Okay. Are there any questions? You can tell the day is getting long. Okay, if not, Councillor Nguyen, motion?
I will move that Council approve the amended election campaign provisions policy Gov-012-C as set out in Appendix A to the August 26, 2025 request for decision report.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
Only to say that after 4 years, Mr. Kaiser, I trust about, or I'm confident in about anything that you have brought towards Council. So, and it's a very, very streamlined and straightforward, simple amendments that have been made to the election campaign provisions. So, happy to support that.
Great, thank you. Any discussion and debate? Not seeing any. Anything on close? You're good. Motion is closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously, and you can proceed with the next one.
Thank you. I am now before Council to request funding and Council's endorsement for administration's application to host an administrator intern through the Municipal Internship Program for an 18-month term. Alberta's Municipal Internship Program has 3 internship streams: a finance officer, which the city most recently hosted starting in 2023, a land use planner, and the administrator stream. In the administrator intern role, this individual would work alongside the legislative services team to review and prepare council reports, bylaws, policies, take part in management team meetings, and assist with projects. They'll also help with public engagement and community communications. On top of that, they'll gain hands-on experience through mentoring and job shadowing across different areas of the organization. Hosting a municipal intern is 50% funded through the Alberta Community Partnership, or ACP, grant. The ACP grant is used towards intern compensation as well as expenses, such as conferences and their registrations. Host municipalities are responsible for covering any additional costs based on providing compensation for an entry-level position in that field. So for these costs, I am requesting an additional $60,000 to be funded from the Municipal Operating Projects Reserve. And with that, I will close my presentation by requesting that Council direct administration to apply to host an administrator intern through the Municipal Internship Program. That concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Blizzard?
So at 120K for a year and a half, that's about 80,000 a year. Is that their pay, or do they get benefits? Where's the cost go to?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, part of it is benefits. I'm not sure the exact ratio and how those costs are distributed, but the approximate hourly wage for an entry-level position like this, based on the finance intern that we hosted, would be about $31 an hour. The remainder of that would go towards benefits and incidentals.
So they are considered a city employee?
I'm not sure the nuances of the program and their classification. They are assigned to us by the municipal internship program, but for all intents and purposes, while they're here, they are treated as an employee in a sense.
Okay.
There's certain reporting requirements and the like. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Harris?
I'd be prepared to put this motion on the floor.
Sure. Doesn't look like any other questions, so go ahead.
I would move that Council Direct Administration will apply to host an administrator intern through the Municipal Internship Program for 18 months to be funded with $60,000 from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, Municipal Internship Program, and up to $60,000 from the Municipal Operating Reserves Projects Reserve.
Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
I do. This program started in 1980. And in 1981, I applied for the program to the town of Taber when I lived in Lethbridge. So I spent a year with the town of Taber under a general administrative internship program. And if it hadn't been for that program, you wouldn't be staring at me right now. And I say that with tongue in cheek. But nonetheless, I think that the program that Alberta Municipal Affairs had put in place at the time has a couple of streams, including planning stream. And it has injected quite a few, I think, very talented people that have come out of universities and colleges in the province into the field of municipal administration. And ultimately, I think having well-qualified candidates to take on responsibilities that end up in a position such as the city manager or, Mr. Kaiser's role in legislative services, it's a great introduction. And I think if we can sponsor some of that, we're helping somebody get their leg up in this career, and I think that's very valuable. So I support it on that light, and I'm glad to see it come forward.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. I, too, support programs like this and strongly encourage it. I just have one question of you, Andrew. This is yet another request today for money to be spent outside of the budget cycle. So why is this in front of council today and not 2 months from now?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the application window will soon open. The province usually posts it slightly before now, but the exact program, like the application period hasn't begun yet. So with the scheduling of council meetings, this is kind of our last opportunity we have to request these funds.
And budget would be too late, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion and debate? Anything on close? You're good. Motion is closed. And that is carried unanimously, and you win the prize for being the fastest here today, so thank you very much. And the next one, 6.1, was by consent, 6.11 was 6.10 was consent, 6.11 is consent, 7.1 was consent. I assume there are no notice of motions. That would be a good assumption. Points of interest. So just the last point of interest, I guess. We went through this. It was a very long meeting. We got a lot accomplished. This is our last meeting, but if something emergent came up, then of course we still have the ability to call a special meeting. So thank you everybody for your service over the last 4 years. Make sure you clean out your drawers before you leave. Or administration will do it for you. I gave mine away. Councillor Blizzard, do you have a point of interest? Okay.
Yes, my point of interest, as the mayor was speaking, was I'd like to thank our mayor for service since 2007, first as a councillor, and since 2010 as the mayor. And she is stepping down from this role. We may see her again in the fall. We never know. But I think she's done an awesome job. And I must say, you know, I was talking to someone that's running for a seat on council and said, I did exactly what he did when I first ran for council. I came to a whole bunch of meetings wanting to make sure this wasn't going to be a bit of a kangaroo court where there was just, you know, it just went way off tangent, because I've been in groups that do have that. And I found the meetings were well run, and they still are, despite some of our strong differences. So I'd like to say thank you very much. And I think probably on behalf of all of council, we appreciate what you've done for 15 years now as mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Nguyen.
Speech?
Well, you're on there now.
Okay, well, and I'll let you. Yeah, and I was going to just say a couple words as the only member of council during this term that hadn't yet been on council. I just wanted to say that it's been a privilege serving with all of you, and we've had a lively and certainly a term with no lack of excitement. So I appreciate everyone and our mayor for being there and being our rock along the way. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'll just say thank you to everybody. It's been a great 15 years. Hopefully it's not goodbye, but it's just a transition. So I'm not a fan of long goodbyes, and I try not to get emotional, because if you get me started, I'll be done. So I'd really like to thank administration. I'm the only mayor that Troy's worked under, so good luck. So, as I said, unless we're called back for a special meeting, but we do have to still go in camera. You don't get to come, but our day is not done. So thank you very much for all the support from administration and from council. It's been a great 15 years, and hopefully I can do it as council and have a work-life balance. All right. Okay, I'll take a motion to go in camera. Councillor Nguyen.
I'll move that council enter in camera for matters to be discussed under access to information.
All right, thank you very much. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously at 3:59. We'll go upstairs.